I would say that the only thing that is constant in life is change. It's, I think there was a time of director, they said, innovate or die. If you see where the telephone started from and where we are now, you see that it's because people are very, very dynamic. So I believe that at this club, you need to be very, very dynamic. That's the way we can face new challenges. So one of the major events we need to discuss today from the program is overview of post-commission amendments, admission criteria of induction of members, and induction of new members. The admission criteria, an overview of the post amendments, I will speak to that. Admission criteria and induction of new members to go on now with the terms of leadership and programs. So, for us as a club to be able to face new challenges, I think it's important. The constitution that we had before, which was in compliance with the CAMA, we came up with the new regulations. And most of what we didn't do because the thing evolved. It was just, I can't find, I think they call it something. It was something that came from under and as we were going, and it was akin to how the industrial revolution is they call it necessity as the mother of innovation. If they achieve something now and there are new dynamics, they will have to rise up to the threat. So, like I said, Colin, we have thanked you in absentia for finding money to this BAP to us and did a lot of other things we have produced. Thank you. So, the proposed amendment, we are lucky that we have a number of lawyers with us. We are lucky we have a number of seasoned lawyers among us to do justice to our new constitution. I feel under the powers invested, I will set up a 3 or 4 man committee to come up with a brand new constitution, and to be because of it will be lawyers. Akeem Bawaziri is one of the best solicitors in Nigeria. I'm not offensive. I don't like his face, I don't like his words. But I'm trained to respect people's capacity. Do you know his capacity? And the fact that it's me by him, he can think it's this, I don't know. But just come the way she came. If you can do that, I don't mind. So Akeem, Olumide Ishola, the fact that he has been a bit absential. He's taking the papers. Akochi, Dr. Akochi Agada, a man that I don't like his face.
Now you're chief of staff.
Self-styled, to the issue of chief of staff history. It's an aberration. It's not contained in our constitution. And it should not be in our new constitution. We're not going to have anything like a chief of staff. That office has been abused, generally. So we have Mr. Akeem Babatunde, we have Olumide Ishola, we have Dr. Akochi Agada, because unknown to a lot of people, he's a money man, he's a fintech man, he has so many caps, he's a highly regarded person in his community. But first of all, which is denied, he's a lawyer, he started as a lawyer. We are strong in speaking and just like Raphael. So these 4 men will be serving the responsibility of coming up with a brand new constitution. It will be under the aegis of Akeem and co-chaired by Ishola. And Agada will be the secretary, the chief of staff secretary. Will be my eye there. Now, Patrice Gumba said,
Chairman,
a good, yes sir.
President, I was supposed to ask questions, or we'll wait for you to finish before we make questions.
Okay, yes, if you have any issue, please let it be
So
interactive.
I'm just wondering why all the committee members good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I'm just wondering why all the committee members are lawyers.
Because it's constitutional.
Whether it's a lawyer, I don't know.
I said,
How do you find a lawyer?
Doctor.
I'm commending
Are you
you.
protesting or asking?
I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Tony, I feel because it's a functional thing and it's a law thing, but I'm open to suggestions. If you feel we should add non-lawyers because it's not legal thing, they do fine. That's why we're out here, and that's why it's interactive. So we welcome suggestions. Everything I'm saying is by way of suggestion, it's not cast in stone.
That's why I decided to ask.
Yes. So what is your take on it?
And my view is that it's not a legal issue, it's a governance issue.
Yes.
Even though lawyers are very well grounded in matters of governance, right? But I think that a mix
Okay.
will do a better job
Fine.
of what we expect.
Yes.
I'd like to support.
Yes.
I'm proposing that we have a 5-man committee because of decision making also. So there's not an even number.
Yeah.
Where the chairman will carry the body casting and deciding.
Yes.
And that before that they have been rated subject to approval, I will lead my membership and then we'll have 2 other persons who don't have legal background.
You do what?
I will step down and then we'll have 2 other members who will not be people calling based on legal background.
Okay, Agada, do you want to step down because of the pressure of your work or because you want to make space? We can expand it.
Both.
I know why
Both.
I know why I want you to be there.
Yeah.
It's important. It's very important. Please, let's make the 7-man whatever. The constitution is the supreme whatever. And we are now going towards where we have to do things deliberately, we have to be a model, and we have to do things properly. So Tony, please, I want you to join, and I want one more person. And I want to suggest it. I want a volunteer.
Chairman, is it because I asked the question?
Yes.
Because what you said is correct.
No.
What you said is correct. So we want one more person, we want one more volunteer, please, that will join this and we'll have 7-man.
I suggest fashion.
Who are you to suggest? No. Provided it knows that 6th floor is 6th floor. Yes, Fashioner is dynamic. So Fashioner is it. And I have the casting and final say. So we have 7 now. And I want to do that this one is completed. So TJ, who and who?
So we have Mr. Akim Babatunde, chairman, Frank Olumide Kishola, Tony Anagai, Madam Ochi.
We're not hearing you.
Oh, okay. Akim Babatunde, chairman, Rufai Akombi, Olumide Kishola, Tony Anagai, Ajibade Fashino. I'll put it at 6, so we need 1 more member to make it.
Sure. Do you have question?
You have a good question.
Yes, I'm professional.
We will not put TJ because you will not see TJ's attendance is more second. It's when we're doing things like this that will take time.
It's 6, not 2.
When he
Mr.
said,
President.
okay, and Kule as a secretary member, Abi, Akim,
Mr. President.
yes, so that's fine.
Okay, that's enough.
Yes, that's it. Okay, having said that, if we take a step backwards, we started this in 2017. And 2017 to now, that is 7 years. So for the new question that is coming, Patrick Lumba said a good dancer should know when before the music stop to step aside. So from between now when the new question will come in, that will be our AGM in February or January next year. I will step down or I will step up as president. Between now and then, we have to have another president that will take up the responsibility when the new question comes in. I have some ideas as to how and what we should have in the constitution, which I will share with you as I'm doing a rating which I will submit. But formally, between now and February, I will remain the president from February when the motion will take place. We will have to come up with the new president. I am not going away. I will, in my proposal, I will join the build. If you serve as president and your tenure expires, you join the build. It is important we allow some fresh ideas to come in. Part of the problem with Africa is sit-down syndrome. And all the ideas I have, I've been able to galvanize it with your support individually and collectively. And that being modest, I think we have taken the club to an universal position. It's time for us to allow mind, with new ideas, new vision to come in and drive the process. So, for now, depending January and February, I want to thank everybody for support. And this few months that is remaining, I can assure you that
Observation.
no observation. I can assure you that I will use that position very, very graciously. We have done very well, but it can be better, and it's time we allow a new fresh mind to take start. So I'm sure before we finish this session, Akeem and his members will have a short meeting and give us a roadmap when we will submit a draft constitution for us, which we are going to adopt maybe eventually and formally allow it to start to run from February. Where instead we are going to a level that we should have a club that will survive all of us, that will be able to say that grandchildren will ask us in terms not just governance or leadership deficit is not the president of what we do, it's all the way down. If they ask us what have we done, we say we have impacted society in our own way, and we have this to look back to say we have been able to have something that's a model for others that can follow what we have done. They are likely to succeed because all of us here, I'm not recognizing we're all the best minds in this country as it is. That's why the president has picked the advice, and I can assure you as we go along, others too, they are fit and proper to support.
The big look money.
Sir?
I said the big look money.
Yes,
So take
exactly.
students
Look
of
by the way, congratulations. And professionals, there's nothing they do in your tax that you don't consult them. They are part and parcel. This new tax, I keep passing. This new tax, they are part of who drafted it. They are making life difficult. Sorry, you pass it to another. The new tax is on. So I think what is the next item? I think
So it's,
so what's the observation, Mr. Jim?
Well, I think it as I was like, are we in dictatorship before we go into democracy? You came, you resigned. You came, you said the election will be in February. You stepped down in February. Are you preempting the constitution?
No.
I don't know. If the constitution says 10 years,
You
it's
see
not
how they
10
distort
years.
things. When we said we are setting up constitutional review committee, it was a collective decision. Is that not so?
I said
So
wait
we are
for
now
the
asking you to
review commission to come before you understand.
Those
We
are
don't know what
Mr.
they
President,
say.
Mr. President, you know what GMB is saying is this. If perchance we now come up with a constitution which has probably, just for argument's sake, 10 years tenure,
Exactly.
all right? 10 years tenure for president. We have only spent 7 years.
Even 56 years.
So you will have to use
The
your
remaining years.
the remaining years, isn't it? So you should not preempt what will come out of that.
I will.
vote.
And that is why
You see,
no. And that is why we haven't
Throw it out.
I have made
What
up
you
my
want to
mind.
propose?
Let
no, Mr. President, you cannot make up your mind.
no. Look, sir. But honestly, let us have this discussion. I am not going anywhere. We are still part of this. But let us do something that will be a model. After 7 years, it's more than enough.
Chairman,
Wait.
I don't think this should be a matter of discussion.
It shouldn't be at all. You have to
Let's
have a
let's just
conversation.
Okay. You can
It was only
But I
just
can assure you that on this one, when we are talking, yes, sir.
What AJ said,
Yes.
it's just in line with what to, because when you came, you just announced. You
Uh,
are supposed to say that you need to have.
In line with the
Yes.
constitution committee.
Yes.
And you shouldn't put those areas.
No.
You shouldn't put those areas.
There's no place
We are
that
going to
you give,
nominate.
no,
There will be
there's
four
power.
consent.
When you give power, you give control.
Yes.
Power is not like that.
Which constitution?
I'm just saying it. Because we don't have a
Okay,
constitution now.
section of the constitution.
From February.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
when you give power, you give control.
Yes.
The mistake you made was that you assumed that the power was with you.
Yes.
It's not with you. It's with the members.
I will show you.
And we have
Which constitution are you
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Yes.
In defense of the president, if you are amending
from the day the constitution comes into effect.
Okay, I'll reply to that. Let me just start with the fight. We are not amending constitution, we are bringing in a brand new constitution. One. Number two, we can, but as individuals, we can take decisions. Whatever we're going to come with, that office of the president from February vacant, because I feel that for 7 years, what I can do, I have done, and for a long time, it's important we have somebody else. I will no longer be president of February. So the constitution, whatever we're going to come up with, to have that. We enjoy the cooperation. I believe we have gotten to the point of no return. Is for us to move higher and higher. Somebody else should come. I will no longer, and we
7 years is not a good ranking figure for president.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Figure is just
Excuse me.
yes.
Good morning again, gentlemen. I think the constitution work can go on. The president has given us notice of intention to voluntarily resign. I don't think that he has said it's because his tenure has come to an end on the basis of the constitution.
That works.
We must concede to him, speaking seriously, that he has a right of resignation. When the constitution defines the tenure of the president and the constitution is ratified, or if on the basis of the existing constitution there is already a tenure defined, and he is not completing the tenure, members will then comment on the appropriateness or otherwise of the notice of resignation that he has given us. And in the absence of any allegation of wrong or doing, that, speaking seriously, is my own modest contribution, and that at the appropriate time we will discuss it. I must also confess that I have not changed the current constitution to ascertain if there is a tenure and if that tenure is now due or is resigning before completion of the
Yes, Tony.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think the point being made, you know what happened from our last, that was our AG. That's why this one is an extraordinary. There's some issue that I think what we're trying to do is to build. I mean, this club is done very well. It's a fantastic institution. We're happy, and but I think we're just trying to formalize things in a way. So we're calling the president's attention to a few things, not because what he has said is wrong or right, but just to let him know that he doesn't need to speak preemptively about anything. That's my view. I think that's the point he was trying to make. It's not because we're saying he has to be, or we're saying no, he won't be or anything, but that he doesn't even need to speak too much about it. It's just because the governance that is intended to be achieved from the process. And all of us know that he's leading us to where we're going to land, by the outcome of the constitution and all of that. But he's a lawyer. Who am I to say? Okay, so
You and I are saying the same thing.
I know.
Yes, I've listened to everybody, and I didn't take this decision now. It's a decision I've taken long
He's
before.
still making the same mistake.
Yeah, where?
No, you can't
You
say-
can give us a notice of resignation.
No, sorry, sir.
We agree.
Sorry, sir. You shouldn't. Sorry,
And
sir.
we will discuss it.
No, you should not. Sorry, Mr. President. Let me start. And it's not proper for me to be talking to a lawyer because I don't know the rules.
No, we're not being lawyers.
No,
here.
but you see, I explained that some of this issue. All I just saying is that the whole essence of this is about governance. It starts and ends there. It's not about you now. So, at the appropriate time, assuming, for example, the Constitution Committee comes up to say, because he made a point, it's a flat regime we run. The Constitution becomes effective only the day you put it in place. And if for any reason, let me even take their fear, let me even deal with their fear. If for any reason, really, on the basis of the Constitution, and members decide for whatever reason it is that AU Mustafa will continue to be the president or will effectively become the president under the new constitution. I'm not saying that is what you wish. I'm not saying that's what the
term or ten.
yes, for the term or tenure as defined. You cannot say no, gentlemen, I don't want to be and make your point. But not until we get there. You cannot be telling us. I mean, let me repeat myself. We are speaking preemptively about a regime we are trying to get started, and I think they are being too fast.
Well, you are entitled to an opinion. I'm not being. I know about corporate governance. I do like you all my life, but I don't see us here as having a structured corporate whatever that we have to do things in accordance and whatever. We are one family, and I look at it from the prism of the fact that maybe we are 40 or 50, and I've been there for 7 years. This is how your friends, your lieutenants, all those who've been ruling their country for 40 years, 30 years, and whatever, their friends, people around them, they will tell them that without you, this cannot function, whatever. It's bullshit. There's no need for me to wait to set everybody up and they'll be guiding, and at that time, wait, please listen to me to understand what I'm saying. It's for the interest of this organization in the long run. As we are amending the constitution, it's important for us to know that there's now a vacancy, and we should work towards individually and outside this format, whatever, start to look for somebody that will take over that, and not at the level tower and now say, oh, when the constitution is whatever, there's uncertainty, whatever, and I say, no, it's not. I'm not being fair. I'm just. It's not that I just feel that we should have we should have somebody that will build on what we have done. And I don't want to be legalistic about it. Yes,
Mr. President.
No, sit down, sir.
I want to stand up. I think you are mixing two things together. And if you don't separate it, it won't be fair on you and us. There is governance. There is you as an individual. The governance is we want to put a constitution in place. Go and fairly decide what we should do. The committee may come back and say it should be 3 years. The committee may come back and say 3 years of 2 terms, in which case you can't contest again. The committee can say it's a 10-year term, in which case you have 3 years that you may still run. That is what the committee thinks. That is governance. Then your own is now, I don't want to do it again for personal reasons. And we have to separate those two. You understand?
Yes.
So if they come back and you are still qualified to run, you run. If you want to. Or you may decide you don't want to run.
Thank you,
For
sir.
personal, you understand? That's what we're saying. We're not saying you don't have the
I
right.
agree with you.
That's what we're saying. Let's just put
Yes,
the
sir.
governance
And that personal part of it.
will
For
come,
the-
will
Yes, sir.
come
No,
when you are
yes,
qualified.
now.
Hold on.
Whether
Will come
qualified.
when and if you are qualified to rerun.
In case you are not qualified,
If you are not
then
qualified,
there's no point
you
talking
you
about
don't even need to resign
Yes,
because you are not qualified.
So you-
But if you are qualified, you do not
Sir,
need to.
I understand. And I want Akeem to speak to this at some point. Irrespective of whatever comes, in the interest of the organization, I know we're at a critical time and I'm happy we're having this discussion. In the interest of, in the long run of the organization, for us to have a transparent system, to have an enduring system, and have a very solid foundation, that in the next 20, 30 years, people will be coming in and they know that we have built a very good foundation. It's important we have a new beginning. And that new beginning, I feel my role should no longer be that of president. I've done this for 7 years.
We agree.
No, yeah, so I'm just giving,
President,
sir,
some people are waiting
Mr.
outside.
Yes, no, let them wait now. We're doing something very important. So that as we are preparing a new constitution, let's wait.
We agree, Mr. President. We agree.
I'm doing a line of us.
No, we agree with you. We are just saying, don't use this bill to now influence what the committee will say.
It's very important.
So
for
the
you to
committee
know.
should not come and say 7 years because you have spent 7 years. They should not use that as a
There are even
benchmark.
so many other aspects.
You see, what has transpired, and we're not talking on constitution. If you now say, they now come with the new constitution and say, You can run for 7 years or for 3 years or whatever. The time that constitution starts, that is the time that tenure will start. What we have done in the past, the constitution cannot to actively activate it. and
Again,
move
you
on.
are influencing the
How long?
The
That is
committee
a matter
can
of
say,
law.
excuse
I can speak now.
Yes, let me just say, let me say, I think for the purposes of,
Excuse me.
okay.
I think that we have a current constitution. What does it say? You understand?
we have the
We
constitution
are not
now.
drafting a new constitution, we are amending.
But
You
what
cannot, if you have a constitution,
I
you
think
cannot
that
say that
what
you
we
are
have
amending, you are
is
drafting.
what is in part C of Kama.
Which is what?
Eh?
What is in part C? I'm not lawyer.
I don't know if I keep where I speak now.
No, I
Is
don't
the-
know, I don't, because it's incorporated for C that you're talking about.
Yes.
It
I mean,
depends on the rules
Those people that are waiting.
that each
We adopted. Let them wait now.
law
This one is important.
adopts
This one is
with
very
respect to
important.
part C.
It's very important.
I'm sorry, what did they say?
As I said, part C of Kama talks about incorporated trustee. I don't really, and it depends on the rules that the incorporated trustee adopts. For us here, I don't know what we have adopted with respect to tenure.
Because we have-
Now, but then, for the purpose of moving forward,
Yes.
I beg you, Mr. President, the landing that the GMD actually suggested is good, all right? It's the best way forward. But then we cannot discontinue his own personal view. Yes, he has a right to his own personal view. What I will just say is that when we are recording the meanings of this, we just note his view,
That's all.
but it is not binding on us. Because he has the right to express his view. We note it as his view. But the landing we are having as members is that of GMD.
Let the important thing is that as we move forward, that office
Let's move forward.
will be vacant. Disqualifying myself, I'm no longer eligible. I feel without being modest and with just a responsibility, I think I've done my bit, and it's time for me to look other ways that I can contribute to the well-being and development of the organization. And that's it. So the next item is
Thank you, Mr. President.
yes.
We
I can
have,
take my seat.
no, sorry, you can't take your seat yet. Induction of new members.
Yes. We can let them come in. Yes, sir. Yes. Please sit down now. Let's not make this formal.
I
Please sit
think
down.
one important thing that we've been discussing but have not come to resolution is financial obligations.
So we'll talk about that. When they come in. Okay.
Before they come, please.
Okay.
I want to propose that we should make that decision before we admit
Okay.
new members, so that as the new members join us, we'll be telling them these are the membership requirements.
Yes. So Agada, I remember we had a committee and finance, and you are the head, and you came over with a very comprehensive contribution to G and the mission, the penalty. Please, 2 minutes, speak to it, and let's resolve that.
So in 2 minutes, number one is what will be the joining fee for new members? We had suggested different figures at different times, between 1 million, 2 million naira, 5 million naira. We had proposed 2 million naira. It's important we take a decision on that now. Number two is annual membership dues. We had proposed that it should be reviewed to 1 million naira. So if we make decision now on those 2 items, the joining fee and the annual membership fee, we will then be in a position to explain that to those who want to join, and also give them the opportunity if they still want to join. And if yes, then we have to consider if each of them is someone that we think we should admit before we induct. Otherwise, to call them in and begin an induction means that we have not even evaluated the individuals who want to join. Thank you, Mr. President.
I think
Please, I welcome opinions on it. Let's have a discussion on this.
Sorry,
Sorry,
just,
Colin,
yeah, just very quickly, and thank you very much.
speak out.
Mr. President, I will tell my brother to help me to deal with you.
I cannot say too much, but you see. Yes.
So I thank you very much. I think that was very clear. Now, the question from me is, I think we should also discuss very quickly what's the consequence. So if people do not pay, what's the consequence? And how do we deal with that situation? I think it's also quite important to discuss that.
We made
Sorry,
recommendations on that.
Agada, please, let us not put ourselves under pressure of those who are waiting. Let's not
Let
put
me
ourselves.
just make in 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
May your reign be long.
Until February 2026.
He's Agada's friend.
I can see. I have a different view.
Yes, sir.
And I think the people we bring into this club are people that can afford whatever you charge. People that are here. But they're not here because they can afford it. They're here because they can make impact. And when that impact will come, they will be willing to pay that. I think we need to remain by invitation and inviting only people that can make impact and will be willing to make impact. The number of people who have money, they will spend it for social activities or where they can get more. A lot of people are spending their money more than 1 million contribution, making impact without trying to show it off. Those are the kind of people we need to bring. And those people, you have to go and invite them and show that the club is going to add value, and they will then contribute more than the money that they would have used to join. Yeah, that's what I feel.
What nonsense.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ferguson, your perspective.
Yeah, I think I support the last speaker, Mr. President. I think that Bridge Club is a club that the whole of the country would always want to associate with. The finances is not the problem, like the last speaker said.
His name is AAJ.
AAJ.
Or call him Money Man. Or digital money
Like
man.
AAJ said, it's not about the money.
GMP.
Yeah, GMD.
My name is Abu APU. Full stop.
I've seen
Don't
the president.
listen to any
I've seen the
people
president.
that are supporting my
I've seen the president. Go on, Ferguson.
Okay, so
Before anybody talk now, you need my permission, please. I'll make it in the way that you'll be eager to see it off over in February.
So I also think that it should be based on invitation, and people who are ready to get to commit time and resources. You can see how many we are, in today. People who have the zeal and the wherewithal to commit and also improve on the status of the club and also in touching lives.
I agree with Ferguson and everybody here. We have important things to do. I know Kule had to fly. I know how back then he doesn't like talking in public because of the how he brought Babs and so many other people in a very subtle manner, and everybody so far that we have invited, they've flow into whatever because we are like-minded people. So I think that by invitation thing is maybe it's more or less like the fire. It has worked very, very well, and we should not. And again, it took some time, but for whatever reason, the dictator, chairman LOC, fixed 50 million without the president's input, and then we got the 50 million. So I think we don't need to distort that. This by invitation is very, very important. In the long run, the intra businesses we are doing, the impact and whatever, it's a very good one. These are part of things that the constitution should take care of. So we can submit suggestions to the committee we set up. They should be able to come up with what should be the criteria. Because while by invitation is important, it's equally important too, that we have source of income that is inelastic, that is certain, and that should be by dues. We can make contribution for other things, but we should know that we have X amount of money, and that money is there, we can use for various things. So apart from individual or support or whatever we're doing, we should have some financial commitment. But I don't think it's something this sitting alone now we can resolve. We can, that is why the commercial committee are very important, and I agree with Tony that it's not just law alone. What we are talking about now is not law. It's the circumstance and even comparison with some other clubs so that we can come up with something that we know is enduring and it's working. I get that. Okay, yes.
Yes, well, thank you so much, President. From an LOC perspective, the first thing I'll say is like I'll thank members for being very, very generous when it comes to making this event, all the events we've been having, a success. And we keep on relying on the generosity of the members to make our project successful on a regular basis. And like we all know, that's not the best way to run a club. It's like every time following up on people to make payment here and there. It's like you're distorting people's cash flow, even though they love the Bridge Club. And so it is very important for us to actually agree and conclude on this issue today, not tomorrow, because we're going to have another event in December. And do we need to start running after all the members again to start chipping in donations here and there? I don't think we should be running a club based on ad hoc arrangement. Let us agree today in terms of the joining fee, and the joining fee is very important. Bridge Club is 7 years. Everyone here, we have invested a lot of money to get this brand called the Bridge Club. So anyone coming in need to buy into that brand. Yes, by referral, but you just need to show commitment. Secondly, the issue of the annual deals is important for us. Even if we say we're starting half year, let everybody pay 50% of whatever we agree to for the year. And thirdly, someone asked the question, what will be the criteria for people to retain their membership? And yes, the Constitution will address that when it comes up. But for me, I think the issue of joining fee as well as the annual subscription should be resolved today once and for all. So we know that we have a steady financial position to run the club for the rest of the year.
Tony, thank you. Tony,
Sorry.
your perspective.
Okay. I didn't know. So for me,
You are busy funding with your phone.
so for me, one of the takeaways from our last AGM was that at the time the accounts, in fact, the finance committee headed by Dr. Agada, I'm sure he wasn't even very comfortable presenting the financial reports at that committee. That's my understanding. Now, in putting this constitution together, what's called the constitution, I'm sure we will have different committees, right? So related to finance, for example, the Bridge Club should say, on the basis of the number of people that people annual subscription is this, and then we should have a budget for the year. I think that's one problem we've had. We've not had budget. So as I tell you, we were reading the last, or we were getting the report from finance committee at the last AGM. I didn't think that we should have a nil position. Alright? I'm sure that was where we were. I remember almost nil position. Okay, in terms of our balances. So if we have a budget, our budget will be crafted on the back of the expected flows. But maybe just to say that it's important that the constitution committee, the review committee, look at the different committees that will deal with specific issues and in terms of reference for those committees. I don't know if we have that, but a major thing I noted on that last AGM was that we were not running on budget, so we want this, we want to do this, and money's come, we exhaust it, and then we look forward to the next budget, money's come, we exhaust it. I don't think that's a sustainable model for go about that.
Thank you. Fashion, I will call you because Mr. Tony said something that is very, very important. We should have a budget and say for 2026, with annual due, this is the amount of money we are going to operate. These are the things we are going to do. It allows for planning. We have been doing things in an ad hoc basis and in an informal basis. Moving forward, this is part of what I'm saying. One of the things that sustains America is the fact that it has a system in place. If you have a system in place, it's difficult for anybody to mess up. You also will be guided.
Not to provoke this student now.
What do you say? Jibade, let's have a perspective.
I think Tony had captured my point actually, and a good way to go is the budgetary system. It's going to be difficult for us to fix an amount today to say this is what we will contribute for our projects next year, right? Because those amounts may change because of what's happening in the economy. But if we, like I said, we have a committee, we have a finance committee that then look at what our projects for the coming year, and with the help of the LOC, we're able to estimate what it will cost. And on that basis, we then share it amongst the existing members, which will then be our contribution going into the next year. At least we know we have the base, so that we don't run on an ad hoc basis anytime we have a project. And I must really, really thank our LOC chairman. He's doing and after he done this very wonderful job. When he posts the amount we have to raise, like a month before the project, I'm always wondering, okay, what magic does he want to do? But at the end of the day, he ends up even exceeding the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But
Chairman, I think I agree.
I'm president here in 2026, so I can call you.
Yes, you
And
can.
I know you are.
Even when you're not president, you can still call me. I agree with I think the contribution around budgets, annual dues. I think we should have annual dues and we should have a budget. But I will also not think we should go for a joiners fee. I think it's always better when you join an association and you see the value. Then you are inspired to do more. And I think, as everybody has said, people who join the Bridge Club can do more than annual dues and all of that. But if you put that up front, I think it discourages a few people probably. I think if Kule had told me that there was a joining fee, I probably wouldn't have joined it. I would have just said, no, I'm not joining. Because at that time, I didn't know the value of the club. But once I was in and I saw the value of what the club could do, it's for me, it was a no-brainer to so that's what I would say. I support budget annual dues. I think joiners fee probably is not the way to go.
Agana, you were going to do our resolution. When people have said, you are listening to everybody, you now say, these are the points that we are going to our voting bodies. So you are going to speak last. Kule, do you have anything to say?
Well, I think most of the things have been captured. But I don't mind.
No, go and stand where you are. Don't
Are you trying to plan it?
So I want to face the camera.
We have to suspend. He's been president. He's been too close to Agaja. We have to suspend.
It's my. I follow.
We are suspecting him.
I follow him. I follow his steps.
President.
I follow AU steps. So whatever,
It's not true. There's nobody you cannot be under.
He's the president. He's stepping aside. We will be working closely for so long, 7 years, so to speak. And I've been the general secretary for that period. So it's only natural.
You understand that?
It's only natural for me to.
Wait on the.
Yes.
Asking for your view on the issue of budget.
No, fantastic. all what has been said here today. I mean, because I pick minds a lot. I'm always the top today. Fantastic. All what has been said today, I mean, we should take it hook, line, and sinker.
Yes, we have ruled on the issue of constitutionalism and the rest of it, so we are not going back there, sit down. Agada, a summary, your opinion and a summary.
Mr. President and gentlemen, I just have an information.
Okay.
If I want to talk.
Wait, okay. We're running up now.
From what Tony said and one other person,
Yes, sir.
to it and what I like as the issue of sustainability of funding has to come from membership fees. The other time there was a committee that they are supposed to mobilize and are supposed to pay. They gather some money, but later people do not pay. One, fix the members which paid by members. Two is that the entrance we are doing the entrance fee should not be too much, especially for these people that are coming now. Because whoever that was for people, they don't have told them they're second membership. They raise higher for others after them. And I also observe that now, unlike before, most events that we do, 25 to 30% of the people will be contribution. This time around is around 70%, which is a bit very, very encouraging. Then there should be sanctions. There are some persistent names that they don't feature at all when it comes to contribution to the table. Yes, it means that they cannot continue to be members.
Yes, sir. Sorry, leader, with respect, let's leave that for the constitutional
I'm saying,
committee. Valid point, that if you are not in control, if you are not in community member, can you still regard yourself as a member? These are all the issues that Kocha will address. So, Agada, you are doing two things now. Your opinion and its summary or resolution of this, resolution of this issue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will refrain from expressing an opinion. I will only share information or facts or simply remind us of the following. For over 4 years, this club has been capable of making a decision on the following issues. On the following issues, which have been repeatedly discussed. But we lack whatever is required to reach a decision. Number one, what should be our new membership dues?
New membership.
Otherwise-
I think you give him microphone. Big men don't speak out too loud.
Number one, what should be our annual dues? Number two, if people don't pay, by what date should they continue to enjoy the privileges of membership or not? Should they attend our functions or not? Number three, should we have a joining fee or we should not have a joining fee? Number four, are we able every year to submit a budget for the subsequent year? These 4 items we have discussed again and again. We have repeatedly kicked the can down the road and we are capable of making decisions on them. I'm just reminding you.
No, point of correction.
Thank you.
We are not incapable. It's work in progress. All these 4 issues you mentioned were issues that we have exhaustively discussed now. And we have said some of them, they are issues, they are constitutional issues that will come to the fore. So you have summarized the 4 issues we have discussed. And it's because we have an informal body, that's what I'm saying. We need to have a rebirth and see how we go. The Constitutional Drafting Committee will address it. I listened to a lot of good ideas, but the Constitutional Drafting Committee is so your last one before I summarize that.
Okay, so President, my comment, I agree explicitly with Mr. Agada's position on sustainability of funding, and I also agree that we shouldn't continue to kick the can down the road. We should have a resolution here and now regarding our joining fee, which I also support 100%, because from experience, if people have financial investment in a not-for-profit organization, the tendency for them to be active in terms of attending events or to be upcoming when they are needed is much more higher than when they feel 30%, only 30% contribute financially, then only 25% attend events. I mean, we're a 40-man club, and most times when we have events, we struggle to get 15 to 20%. The reason might be that, oh, I don't have any financial investment, so why should I bother? I think as a way of resolution, especially considering that we're inviting or inducting new members today, we shouldn't postpone that decision. Yes, the issue of budgeting is there, but a 40-member club, I mean, if annual due is 1 million, let's even say 80% of us pay that, that's 32 million. The joining fee also 2 million. Now, if anybody is serious enough to join the club, I mean, there are certain clubs that the joining fee is as high as 5 million. If you want to take ourselves seriously, I think we should have, a landing point on the issue of joining fee and annual due. If not, we'll continue to do this ad hoc thing, begging the same persons, stretching the budget of certain organizations to continue to support. And those people, those persons and those organizations, I feel a bit hard done by if every time we come cap in hand for them to support our events. I think we should have a resolution, especially because new members are coming. You don't want to put something in the cart before the horse and tell them, oh, now that you've been inducted, you're going to pay something. I think we should have that resolution today here on that. Thank you.
Okay, I want to propose a resolution. With the slight adjustment. I don't think we should. I suggest that we don't tell those who are coming in that there is a fee for their journey, but we should come up with a resolution and say maybe 1 million annual subscription, and their admission into the club is dependent on them paying that annual subscription fee that everyone pays. So that way, it's not that we are taxing them for joining, but just like Pap said, that to say they are told that we have to pay certain amount of money. By the time they come in, they will do much more. Maybe what we should do is that for now, 1 million naira per annum as a annual subscription fee, and if you join, your confirmation is dependent on the payment of this 1 million naira. Depending when the constitution will come up with any rules. Does anybody have a contrary opinion to this? AJ. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May you live forever. I think we should have layered membership. So you have people like me and you. We can be called corporate members. So your fee will be like 2.5, but then your advert will be done for our events. Then we have maybe another level, about 1.5. There will be some people that may be civil servants and not a senior advocate that will not be able to pay.
Or GMG.
Maybe 500. As I said, it's impact. People have different ways of contributing beyond money. See all the people that contributed 2 million, there's only one, Mr. President. They didn't have time to do the runner. Or you need people to do the runner. Those people may not be able to contribute to time. So let's have layered membership with different possible kind of benefits. I just think it may not be, 1 million won't be enough at any rate. You understand? Mr. President, you've contributed this year alone about 3-4 million already.
Yes, sir.
So 1 million will not be enough.
No, yes, sir. I think
You understand? If we do it more than 1 million, will be
this
too much.
discriminatory membership, we should allow the constitution
To decide on
to
it.
decide on it. Must we, I know that Agada, Man, and TJ, because they're LOC, they are very hard on us fixing our amount. Must it be done now? Must we do it today?
No, you said, okay, for me,
Okay, please. I think the idea of joining fee, we agree that we should just have annual subscription fee that new members should pay and not joining fee. Let us have a resolution of that.
I want to ask a question. If you say annual subscription, is it those people?
Everybody.
Exactly,
Everybody.
that's
Everybody.
Because like, we're not restricting the annual fee
Everybody.
to just new members.
No.
So,
Everybody.
exactly. But the issue of the joining fee, for me, I think it's important that we introduce it. Maybe we can suspend it for now and let the constitution guys
Okay.
take care of it.
Okay.
But for us to have an effective induction for these guys, the issue of the annual subscription will be concluded. 1 million is good enough, flat, but when the constitution guys are looking at it, they can now introduce layered and whatever.
Yes.
So we allow them to have the creative independence to do whatever they want to do. And then they bring it back and then we agree on it.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. For those who have seen and have not been participating, in the club activity, it's also important that the committee look at inclusive ways of bringing everybody together. Some people might not be here because they see that they're not being called upon or there's nothing here for them to contribute. So it's important that the committee thinks about how to include everybody in the yearly activity. So that every member, as you are joining or as you are here, you know that you belong to this group and this is your goal or this is what your committee is set out to achieve. That way, every member becomes, becomes participatory very well.
Yes, I agree. So I think again, we're going back to the constitution. Do we now fix the annual subscription now, pending, subject to whatever the constitution will come up with, and get new members to pay, and none of us is now incumbent on us before the year runs out, $1 million each.
You know what I would suggest?
Yes.
To be honest, my view is, look, we've had discussions around joining fee, annual subscription. I'm beginning to think that based on the discussion we had, that's not something we need to conclude before these new members, to be honest. My view is, once it is concluded and it is accepted by the House, people are free to leave and join. So if people don't agree with it, of course, anyone that doesn't agree with it can leave, and people that agree with it will stay with the club and then roll by it. I don't think we should rush into the discussion. I fully bought into the idea of, even before we fix the 1 million, I was very conscious of the time to spare. That's why I didn't delve into so many other things, because there are a lot of questions that you need to raise. What's the basis of the 1 million naira? Is that even enough? And so when Tony introduced the idea of the budget, so we need to think through the structure very well before we land it and agree something. What's the current contribution that we are doing now? To be honest, I don't even know. Maybe 500 or 250 or whatever. What's the contribution rate on that annual deal? So we need to think through a number of things. I don't think we should pressurize ourselves into telling these guys, oh, this is it. We can't tell them that, look, this is the current annual deal, but that is being reviewed and that's going to change, and that would then be applicable to all the members, which is a fact, So I would restrain from landing something before we get in the nitty, because they are waiting. They are waiting.
No,
and
let
they've
them
been
wait.
waiting for
It's part of it. Let's not rush it.
more than
Yes, we're going to look at 1 minute, then Agada. Yes.
We don't even have any fee currently.
Yes.
Based on the contribution donation, I can tell you how much.
No, we have, excuse me, we have 20,000 is the annual subscription.
When was the last time we paid? Exactly.
Yeah,
So
and Lukman, for me,
that's why we keep on
I think we should have a
following
It's
on.
wrong.
so TJ, for me, yeah, I'm not saying we shouldn't have a resolution, but resolution based on what? So do we even have enough time to dig into why is it 1 million? Why is it not 2 million? Abu also suggested something now. Let's have layer. There are many variants to it. So we've not really sat down to we had Agada to look at it and discuss it, and we raised it.
Thank you, President. I like fully it. Okay. Let this matter be dealt with at the constitutional level.
Yes.
The point is this: in the past, we started with 500,000 just to remove or to call attention to it. Then at the time, people were not paid. We now took it down to 250. Now, I'm not sure people are not paying because people didn't want to pay. It's a finance company. It can be very frustrating when you tell people to contribute and they're not contributing, you know. And we thought that bringing it down to 250, we get more people to pay. 250 of last 3 or 4 years is about 2.5 million naira today. All right. I think for the newcomers, we shouldn't bother, we shouldn't stretch them. I just agree with Tunde. If you come in, we can tell you today that look. I mean, we're not saying there's a tweet that that's going to it that's making me, because I actually thought that
Yes.
you should tell people to come in with an admission fee, something like that. But so I'm not sure if that's going to go now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
So we can leave that, but let's just let these people
Yes.
come in. If they come in and I gotta ask one question before, and that was how long will somebody continue to be a member if he doesn't pay the annual subscription?
Yes.
So we can give a year, you know,
Okay.
something
Yes.
and after.
I agree. And okay.
And then for information, the 250 we paid was $620, so it's 1 million now.
I'll add you with figures. I will go. We'll resolve it now. Yes.
Kule made a valid point. Have we looked at these issues? Have we discussed them? What is the basis of which we are reaching a decision? Only the answer to your question is that for 4 years, we have been doing that, and we are capable of reaching a decision. Let's deal with facts. Opinions can differ. Specific recommendations were made in writing on our platform. People contributed. We kicked the can down the road. We say we'll make a decision when we meet physically. Each time we met physically, we said there was not enough time to make a decision. How more irresponsible can decision making be? We can decide that we will not be asking people for joining fee. It's a decision.
For now.
We can say we will ask, and this is how much we will ask. What is not worthy of us is that for over 4 years,
I mean, the point is well taken. Now,
I'm coming, sir.
please.
On annual dues, we got to a point before COVID and after COVID to say, okay, given economic realities, what do we require to run the club? And what will people pay and what will people not pay? We discussed the figures. We said those who are owing, what do we do with them? Specific recommendations were made to us. No decision made. When we met at the last session we had in Ikoyi, we agreed that we were going to reach decision there. Recommendations were made. There was not enough time, no decision made. We are here today, no decision made.
Mr. President,
Yes.
sorry, please, I want us to, because I agree entirely with Agada, because if you don't make a decision, we'll just be discussing and analyzing, and it will lead to analysis because we are not going to take an action. If we take an action and it is problematic, we can correct it. So I don't think we can get everything right when we are taking action.
Fair enough.
So I think we should just take it. We might not apply it to new members.
No,
Now.
I will, yes.
I'd like to move a motion. I'm not a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
So the lawyers will.
We'll move a motion.
Can I move the motion that we vote on the fact that we will not have admission fee and that the association or club will be run by distributing the annual budget among all members that will then become the annual fees. And that's the way.
Yes.
So if the budget is 100 million and we have 50 members, 2.5. Or if there's a tier layering of membership, corporate member may take 50, but that would depend on the constitutional committee.
Yeah.
But then the decision is that we will share it as annual fee among people. That's my
That's a motion.
That's my motion that we need
Before
to
we do that, part of my suggestion that the Commission Draft Committee should look at is that we will be reaching decisions by consensus. You can see, I had the mindset of some issues we discussed here. But when I had, submissions, I started, between my position. So moving forward, my suggestion is that we will take the show by consensus. We're not going to vote, we're not going to do tyranny of a majority. This is my suggestion. Now, what AJ said is correct. Again, we should give a time frame for the Constitutional Drafting Committee to come up. And then I said this and I agree with him. We have not taken a decision at all. We're a club. It's only divine books that is infallible. If we take a decision and it's wrong, we can always review it and take whatever. So, the Constitutional Drafting Committee, I'm suggesting that we give them 2 months certain from today, or 30 days, for them to come up with whatever. And we have to assist the committee by submitting memoranda. I can confirm to you in the next 1 week or 10 days maximum, I will submit a draft of my perspective as we move forward for the club for their consideration. Having said that, we are resolving that there is no admission fee when you are coming in. But for the time being, pending when the drafting committee will come, pending when we are going to adopt a new constitution, there is annual subscription fee of 1 million. So those who are joining, they are encouraged to pay.
Everybody should pay.
Yes, everybody should pay, including the new members. That's all. I hope and the fact that we are in June does not mean it's not out here. It's 1 million flat for the time being.
Yes.
And whatever has gone in the past has gone.
This year is only 6 months.
It doesn't matter. So it means
Every year that
This year we pay our year is from
July to June. Okay, 1st of June.
Or why don't we just cut it? It's half year now. We do 50%. Then January to December we do full year.
Because we have done a lot of projects.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Already.
we've done a lot of projects already.
Okay.
Let's take a decision today.
Fine.
50%.
Please summarize our resolution on this issue. Because
Yes, resolution.
yes, there's a resolution.
there's something
We pay 500
there's something that
this year.
AJ said that I want.
And it's minimum. And we give the president discretion to identify individuals to pay more than 500.
The outgoing president of the.
Alaji, why?
No,
You don't trust me.
Doctor has a comment.
Yes.
there's something AJ said that is very important.
Yes.
He said that when the budget has been fixed, okay, so you decide on maybe at any point in time the budget is fixed, you decide what each member should pay. So I just want to suggest that makes sense to me, but we now have to put a time frame to it. For example, on a 3-year basis, right? So that if there is going to be review, the review will be based on the inflation and all of those.
Tony.
So just a minute.
Yes.
So if at the beginning of a year we say, okay, for the next 3 years, we're going to have a budget, a midterm budget or plan of spending 300 million naira, right? So for every year we need to raise 100 million naira. So every year you now use this model to determine what everybody should pay. You can't do it this year and next year you come again and you do it. So I'm just thinking that we should put a time frame to it so that on 3-year rolling basis.
You know how much
Tony,
Yes.
Tony, fantastic. Please put this in writing and send to the Convention Drafting Committee.
Hello, Chairman.
That model will that model will
No,
Let us see.
I think for me, I just want to say something.
Mr. President, I want to
The
advise
LOC,
timing.
LOC, right? Agada, let's please the constitution, let's work in simplicity there. Let's don't let us complicate.
Is it every time we just call us every time?
No. The Constitution will address this too. So, by way of resolution, Agada, please capture it. No, that is where we are. Capture what we have agreed. Let's close it.
Okay, we have now agreed that there will be no joining.
One.
Resolution 1.
You are not announcing that with smile. You are not having that
Membership
decision.
annual dues.
Yes.
And the membership annual dues must be paid no later than September of this year, and for subsequent years, no later than March.
Yes.
Membership annual dues is 1 million naira.
Yes.
For
Yes.
this year,
And this
for
is
this
not-
year,
it's
it's
not-
not-
Dues is always,
Yes,
but you
wait,
can't
wait,
be
it's a good thing.
but for
Now,
this year,
all
it's
this,
not fair.
all this is subject to whatever the Constitutional Conduct Committee will come up with that will now be able to discuss, harmonize, and resolve. Thank you.
Mr.
Okay, so
President, another thing,
I thank everybody for
Mr.
this.
President, another thing to remind you, the time frame for the submission of the
3
report
months.
Constitutional Drafting Committee, we didn't agree on that.
Yes, okay.
No, 2 months.
No, wait.
No, it's not.
Again, we are leaving this to the Constitutional Drafting Committee to come up with their roadmap. And maybe in 2 or 3 days' time, you will say, we are welcoming whatever, and disclosure and so and so. If they have enough memoranda, they can work with it, they can say we are extending. But we are giving them, we are giving them 60 days from 1st of June to submit a brand new constitution for our consideration. I think that's what the
3 months.
3 months.
It's very good.
Okay, so are we agreeing to 3 months? Fashion up. I think 3 months is reasonable. Yes.
I have a motion that the committees should submit their draft recommendation no later than July, end of July.
2 months.
That is 2 good months from now. And that when the draft is submitted to our platform, a vote is taken and the decision is reached no later than 30 days from when it is submitted, failing which the proposed constitution is deemed as approved.
I agree.
If not, we will not reach a decision.
Yes, we have a roadmap. I thank each and every one for this very robust discussion. If this is the only thing we're able to do today, I think we have done enough. Yes.
I was checking some of our correspondence and other things. I discovered that we are finished with that. What I observed was that there's a particular year 2020. We raise money, more than what we need. After getting the money, expected we now say that we should just throw away the renewal.
Not throw away.
That's what we are supposed to have money to run our organization. We can do on individual basis and say,
What leader is saying is that we should have a structured, Mr. President.
Yes.
Leader is saying we should have a structured number of meetings we're going to have so that people can plan.
Constitutional Drafting Committee.
We should have a structured giveaway
Exactly.
so that it's not every money that we don't spend that we give it.
Yes.
Yes.
All this we are
And then-
addressed by the Constitution, by the Constitutional Drafting Committee.
Now we're more structured.
No, you see,
Let's
we are
bring in
raising-
the new members.
Members induction.
Yes, got to bring that in. Because you know, there's this matter you raised now.
I raised an issue of this.
I discussed this matter with President. I had a very extensive discussion with him. And he actually said I should put it and discuss with the president, but I didn't bother. This one, whether if there was a budget, but that's a very important matter. Also, we giving thought to education.
Okay, for the new members that are joining us, we apologize that we took much longer than this. We are doing housekeeping, so to say, to make the organization stronger and serve all of us better. On behalf of the family, emphasis and deliberately, we are one family. We come from different parts of the country, different religions, whatever. I can confirm to all of you that not once for the past 7 years have we had cause to tell anybody on the platform to put anything down because we have shared value. We are one family. We're a model for Nigeria that if Nigeria puts merit in front, a lot of things can be achieved. We have been to all parts of the country, we have supported ourselves, we supported the community, and it's going bigger and bigger. So I warmly welcome all of you. I will give each of you 2 minutes to tell us about yourselves. Then we'll now tell you some minor things about the organization and we'll take it from there. So, who came first? Who go to this place first? I think it's the president is vested with executive powers. And a lot of the most abused president, but we still survive. It's not of the uniqueness of what we are doing. So with respect, we want to base it not on proximity, but in the order of how we came in. I think we came in first. 2 minutes, sir. So please sit down.
I think
First to stand. I'm more comfortable standing. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning. Oh, good morning. I mean, it is. My name is Bolaji Ogoshola. I went to the University of Lagos. I studied finance. And I'm married with 4 children. I've been in the industry, banking, but I'm out of the industry now, like many of us. Putting about 27 years there, thereabouts, both locally and internationally. I'm a dual citizen, if I can say that, in this room. I'm Nigerian as well as an Australian. I almost became a Canadian, but I started to give it to Mr. Lukman and the rest of them and a couple of other people to handle that part of the world. I'm very glad to be part of the Bridge Club. The Bridge Club is a very notable club. I've followed behind closely the club, and the caliber of people in the club suggests the height you have attained. Your contribution to economic views, your status in the society, the kind of people that put them together is an envy of all of us. And that's why we struggle to get ourselves inside. There has been a lot of maneuvering behind the scene to get involved. But thank God that the vision awaits its time. It is now that God wants it and it has happened. So I thank you very much for bringing me to this club. Thank you.
You. Emmanuel came last. You're a morning man, I'll see you. But it's you now.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Chidi Abala, and I'm pretty pleased to be here this morning. And I was actually invited by a good man, a former colleague, a friend. Even though when I showed up here, I found some of my very good friends here as well, my colleague mates. But if I'm to follow the order of Bola, as I said, I'm Chidi, I'm married, I've got 3 kids. I educated, probably if I say we're educated like most of us professionals in Nigeria, first degree, second degree, third degree.
No, tell us what you read.
I read finance at Enugu State University, I have an MBA, University of Nigeria, then I have another master's from London Business School. I'm currently working for Hez Holdings, an investment group. I'm executive director responsible for the healthcare and technology portfolio businesses, but I also oversee technology, strategy, and integration in the group. Prior to that, I used to run a company in Kenya called Asante Financial Services. And then prior to that, I was with Bati Airtel, the telco, that set up their financial services business outside of Kenya. I'm both a UAE resident and also a Nigerian resident, if I would say that. And I'm truly, truly delighted to be there with you guys. Thank you.
Tomorrow, Emmanuel comes in. He himself and Commissioner were introduced by Lukman. So Lukman, thank you very much. And incidentally, Uche, yeah? Chidi and Fregacy, they were classmates in secondary school. And they got to know each other here. So you can see it's an extension. We know Ferguson. Ferguson is a very loyal, authentic friend to the president. And I'm sure you follow that step.
like
Out of my executive power. Their new constitution, once you go through, there won't be any of this culture of staff.
Recruiting loyalists.
gentlemen, good morning once again. My name is Emmanuel Odiaka. I'm from Delta State. Emmanuel Odiaka. I'm married and with 4 children. I studied agri-economics and extension services from the University of Agriculture, Makadi. I worked across various banks and in the country for about 17 years before venturing out to set up my own trading and investment firm. So I'm the founder of ACOP Capital Management, and I am also involved in real estate, lifestyle, and financing. I spoke extensively with Lekon Yusuf, who introduced me concerning the Bridge Club. And I understand from also what we have seen, the caliber of people. And somehow, while researching, I came across the name I'm very familiar with, which is Dr. Agada. And my wife said, okay, fine. And if Agada is there, you are allowed to go to this club.
If only she knows. I wish.
I never mentioned it to him, but I said, okay, fine, we are good to go. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for having me.
Okay, you have, by way of additional information, Emmanuel said real estate. His portfolio is Ikoyi, Lekki, Banana Island, Dubai. Okay. Please, welcome, teacher. Teacher.
Mr. Odiaka, how do you spell your capital management? It's ECOB?
ECOB, yes.
EC?
ECOB.
ECOB, ECOB.
Okay, so again, on behalf of the family, we call ourselves BBs. Some say it's a billionaire club. I think I really want to enjoy the billionaire because I can speak for myself. So we welcome you to the family. I would want to call one of us to give the unwritten rules and regulation, what we have done thus far and has brought us. Yes.
Hello, can I be heard, please? Hello.
So, one of very, very important members of this club, who is just a member per se, and no any other thing added to it, will give you a more insight as to who we are, where we ought to be, and our roadmap to the next stage we are going. Please, I have the singular privilege and honor of inviting my very good friend, a learned man, a man that makes a lot of money, that has through this week and come away, and is making money. Dr. Abuchi Agada. If I have my way, if you say as the president, I would have loved that. This is his watch, give it to me. No.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Members only now. You're coming very soon.
I would like to join the president and other members of the club to welcome our new members, the three gentlemen who have joined the Chidi and Emmanuel are people that I've known for quite some time. But Chidi over 20 years now in the industry. And I'm also happy that I have a new friend today, which is the beauty of the club. And each of us as members here now have 3 new friends. And that tells you why our name is the Bridge Club. Our essence is to bridge gaps that exist in our communities, in the society, and in Nigeria as a country. whether it's the religious divide, whether it's political divide, whether it's ideological divide, name it. That is why we are the Bridge Club. We started as the Bridge Club Lagos. We are now the Bridge Club Nigeria. We welcome people who we believe are worthy in character. We welcome people who we believe are worthy in terms of their contributions to the well-being of the society. Those are the important things to us. For these reasons, we are more than happy to acknowledge people who are so wealthy, who are so influential, but who do not need to be our members. That is who we are. We are happy that you have joined us today. For this reason also, there is no financial requirement for becoming a member. There is no joining fee. But we have annual dues. And in the minimum, we expect every member annually to contribute 1 million naira. That is not new membership fee. New membership fee, the currency for that is that you are a worthy person. It's not how much money you can bring to the table. And this membership dues has to be paid no later than March of every year. But for 2025, we are asking that it should be paid no later than September 30. The reason is that we increased the amount paid. Our activities are usually funded by annual dues and voluntary contributions by members and businesses that we identify with or identify with us. We appeal to members to participate in our activities, not just to throw money at us. For this reason also, you have been inducted today among others who would love to join us today, but because they are not physically here, we will not be able to induct them until such a time that they are able to commit whatever is required to be with us, and so we can go there and meet them. Because it's not money we are looking for. What we are looking for is much more than money. On that note, we thank you and we look forward to your support and contributions to the club as the club continues to bridge the gap in our society and country. You're welcome.
Thank you. In rounding up this introductory remark, I will call on one of my aburos. You know, we have, just like in Ebola, we have 8 grades level. We have those who are on the 5th floor, we have those who are grandpas, we have those who are on the 6th floor, and we have those that, for good reasons, we don't even know where they belong because they are hiding. I will call on Tajuddin. He handles everything we do. He wears so many caps. He's a finance person, he's a PR person. He has brought very important people, strategists and everything. For 2-3 minutes, I want him to tell you what have we been doing in the past 7 years and our projections for the future. Then we'll take it off from there.
Mr. President hit me below the belt. He didn't give me advance notice, so I'll do what I'm able to do in 2-3 minutes. So this club evolved sometime in 2017. That's a history. There was the reception for the GMD of FCMB at the time, Mr. Adam Nuru, which was a meeting of like minds. So that was the crucible with which this club emerged. But we formally started as a club in 2018. And if you look at the membership, the 40-member squad that we have at the moment. They're leaders in diverse sectors, oil and gas, legal, manufacturing, IT, technology, government, and different sectors, multi-sector based. And they're all leaders in those individual sectors. Some are GMD CEOs, some are CEOs, some are chairmen, some are executive directors, some are entrepreneurs who are managing their different businesses. So the club emerged from that group of friends who felt, yes, we shouldn't sit in our cocoons to be doing whatever we're doing. Let's impact society. And because our structure is by invitation only, you can't lobby, you can't pay. It has to be a conviction among members that this person can contribute to society and that this person thinks. So we're not talking about a group think mentality, we're just saying we have to have the conviction as individuals and as a collective to impact society. So I'll give a little synopsis of what we've done in the past. The focus sectors we had, including education, I'll speak to that. We've invited very critical stakeholders in the educational sector to come and talk to us. We had the former executive secretary of TEDFORM, Professor Bogoro, who came to speak with us on education. We had also an NGO that's focused on taking the poor in a certain part of Lagos out of the poverty to have access to education. It was one of our very pivotal programs at the club where we had different stakeholders talking about education. In particular, our president is someone who is very focused on the future. And because he's focused on the future, we felt one of the reasons why you can actually be certain about what the future will hold is if you have a strong base in education. We had some of the discussions we had concerning education. We had a communique which was publicized, and we had a very solid feedback from that. In fact, it was that particular program that we started having people calling to join the club, either by personal lobby or official lobby. I won't mention who they were. We also had an outreach to support the indigent. So we used to have outreaches both for Christmas and the summer period, especially when COVID emerged. And we thought, let's stretch our activities to the CSR part. And we did that with conviction and very transparent, open to give support to the less privileged. We had another one this year too. It's an annual ritual that we used to do. On top of that, we leveraged the membership. Yes, I wanted to just mention, I was just reminded that at that education summit, we had the enfant terrible of Nigerian politics, Malam Erufai, Nasir Erufai, who spoke about governance and politics. He became one of his wives, and it was a very engaging session. Interestingly, some of the points he made at that session, had some political reports in the country at the time, but it was a well-attended event. He presented us copies of his book, The Accidental Public Servant, and was well accepted. So I'm talking about CSR. Then the economy, we leverage the fact that one of Nigeria's most eloquent, most respected, most celebrated economists is a member of this club. I think he deserves a special round of applause. He and I agree on everything on earth, except a certain thing about a certain club that wears white jerseys, top and shirt. We will never, till our kingdom come, agree on that. We support Tottenham, who never wins anything.
They want something.
For all the noise, no matter how I win. Not even a domestic championship.
They want something after.
You don't want me to upset our president. Shot fire.
They want something after we went to pray and fasting for 100 days. So President Salami is sitting in the house. So he hadn't joined the club at the time. But because of affinity with us, he always spoke to us on our economic platforms. which was one of the high points of our annual events. So today, he's done that. Now that he became a member a few years ago, he has given us a lot of insights into what the economy might portend in the future, the medium term and the long term. And to his credit, he had always done this pro bono without receiving a dime. I think we need to applaud that too. I'm familiar with Prof's billing system. If you were to bill us for the insights he has given us over the years, 2-3 hours to discuss the economy, we would have been paying an arm and a leg to get that done. Again, to spread the positive outcomes, it was when he was already a member of this club that he was tapped by former President Muhammadu Buhari to be his chief economic advisor. So for new members, Mr. Odiaka, Mr. Obala, and Mr. Omishola, we want to get to the next level, because in life, there's always a next level after the next level. Now that you've joined us, we hope you will play in the footsteps of President Salami, Dr. Babs Omotowa, and Mr. Lupo Balogun, who had gone to do so many things once they became members of the club. We also had a session with the British High Commissioner. One of our fitting programs from last year was, for this year, was that event we had earlier in the year. We felt, in addition to our focus on the domestic economy, we should provide a platform for people to discuss the relationship between the British government and the British economy and the Nigerian economy. That event held at the Civic Center. It was well received. The High Commissioner came right on time with his team. And it was a very, very fruitful session we had. It was very engaging. We stretched beyond the time we planned, which reflected the importance of that particular event. We got calls, Mr. President got calls from different persons. Say, oh wow, for you to have actually been able to host the High Commissioner who traveled from his days in Abuja to attend that event, said a lot about us. Because what you have is, you have the Deputy British High Commissioner resident in Lagos, and you have the main High Commissioner resident in Abuja. So, for the President to have been able to pull that off, I think, Mr. President, you need a round of applause for that. In fact, when that event happened, someone called me and said, wow, how did you manage to bring the British Club? Who are you guys? For you to be able to bring the British High Commissioner, not to have this in Abuja, for him to travel with his own team here. That was a masterstroke, and the feedback we got from that was very, very good. I think by and large, just a synopsis of what we've done. We also have a structure to celebrate milestones of members. Now, one of the milestones we're going to celebrate today, as you might be aware of the program, is the appointment of Dr. Babs Omotowa, one of our very esteemed members, as a member of the board of NNPC Limited. If you follow the history of the membership of the board of the NNPC in the past, this is unarguably the most robust board of directors of the NNPC in history since that behemoth started operation. We're very grateful that one of us was considered to be fitting to be a member of the board of NNPC. I mean, Dr. Omotowa's resume speaks for itself, LNG, and all of that. And I remember certain comments people made, oh wow, it's a member of the Bridge Club. I said, that's the way we roll at the Bridge Club, even if I have to be the one to say it. I think the club has been well run over the years. Mr. President had demonstrated exceptional leadership, leading the expo, without forgetting the chairman of our board of trustees, Sir Alex Osunde, resident outside of the country at the moment. For your club, we are joining for our 3 new members today. We are joining a robust club, we're joining a marketable club, and you're joining a pivotal club that contributes to society. So we're not just sitting on our board, pardon my French, and just doing our thing in our own different corners. We're bringing to the fore ideas from different sectors to come and contribute to society. The fulcrum of this club is contribute your best to society. See that when it is mentioned, the 7 clubs existed in this country, the Bridge Club will be counted as one that made impact. And so shall it continue to be for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Just by way of addition, my brother mentioned it, but I want to mention it again. One of the strong points of this club But one of the things we do is dual. We impact the society, but we again do bonding, and we do businesses. It's just that these businesses has run into billions, but the president is not put in the picture. Most of what you see here, the kind of transactions they've done Interseed is beyond anybody's imagination. I know if anybody say I'm lying, I can come up with facts and figures. But more importantly, we socialize, but we do very important things. One of the things that have sustained this organization that we have built upon is what I call our flagship. What has really brought us together is that every year we have this privilege of having a session with one of the best minds in economic issues, Dr. Salami, Professor Salami. He put us through, what do we call it? He reviews the preceding year and gives us an insight as to the future. It's to his credit, in one of our early sessions, he told us about investing in education, investing in farming, and a lot of people have taken to that. I don't want to mention it, but if they challenge me, I'll mention their names. They ventured into this and they're doing very, very well. And in terms of socialization, Omoba had a wedding for his daughter. We were all there. We celebrate ourselves. It's one big family. We welcome you. We know you contribute, and then you'll be part and parcel of us. So again, because of the importance of this flagship project, I want us to give another big round of applause because Prof does not charge us anything. We just invited him just to give a lecture, and thereafter, in his discretion, he decided to become a member. Although the only negative thing is that it's not part of man. It's one club. I won't call it Jaga. So please, let's give another.
They won a cup.
People that don't have one cup, they have got more than 30 cups. So please, a big round of applause for Dr. Salami for giving it back and showing us how to give back to society. Prof, we really appreciate you. Because of time factor, one of the most important things we want to do here today is to celebrate one of our own, which is Professor Dr. Omotowa. We are going to abridge, we are going to have a lunch break, a tea break.
Short break.
So we are going to make it just 5 minutes. Please just bring your tea, coffee, or water inside, and let's start in the next 5 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Which one are we starting?
We are doing Omotowa's
oil and gas.
Yes. So 5 minutes and we are back.
5 minutes?
Yes. Please. Then we need to create a where's that?
No, after I think you other guests. Welcome.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you very much.
At the end of the day, I took my phone.
And what?
Constitution wo lẹ tún draft láti.
Constitution àti ilé ìgbàgbọ́ sẹ́yìn.
Irọ́ èyí ni constitution.
No, wọ́n ní àbọ̀.
Èyí gangan.
Ìyẹn la máa lọ ẹ̀rọ máa sẹ́yìn.
Èyí ni bẹ́ẹ̀ sí. Òun ni constitution.
Ok, afẹ́ amend the constitution.
Irọ́.
Afẹ́ amend the ó ti gbélé ó lòun ṣe mọ́. Thank you, go, Shimon.
message, okay.
I think or maybe should you give this one today or this one today? No, because of that. Yes, we need to give special seats for Babs friends.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
How is the discussion going to be? We'll sit in a place and just
Sir?
the contribution.
Yes, we'll make it. I don't. Okay, what do we do for you?
We can no, because most of them are not here.
Yes,
let's just
make
contribute
it
here.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
So, Alex, okay, join me on this. We don't follow me yet. Next person. So the four of them is sitting. They are four. So please don't join. I don't know why. No, it's a brotherly order. I was telling my wife about you and the circumstance we made. That's how calm. But said she wish I could have that sort of notice. Like I said, I cannot. You know, you just married. I still remember asking my last time. No. Yeah. In fact, okay, it was after Oscar left. Yeah. That when we now started, so you were doing. This guy was talking about.
Not only behind you. My boss. Yeah, that's my
Let's go.
Judy, let's move behind. Because Bass friends are talking about it. They lose back.
I told the kid that he was asking of me.
President, so you recognize.
Okay, I told the kid he was asking of me.
You don't the nickname that I have for him. You have admitted. I'm just a good artist.
You don't have admitted. I'm just against interest. So as an authority. wọ́n fẹ́ ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú. Àkókò mọ̀, èdè Ìjẹ̀bú, ọ̀la Ìbàdàn. Tó bá yẹ sẹ́, àti ẹni gbé láì gbọ́dọ̀ fún ìrọ̀lẹ́ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. I will do that.
But somebody brought me.
So, okay, not just bad guy.
Chicken and fish.
Bob.
The only two of them are around now. The third is not around.
In the distinguished corridors of Nigeria's corporate and public service sphere, few names evoke as much love as regulation.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. We've reached a very, very pivotal part of today's program, which is to honor one of us and also to discuss the accounting before lunch break. I've done my bit, so let me hand over to someone who's going to earn a pay. I have the singular honor to invite Adedayo to come and take charge of this part of the event. And we give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, gentlemen. And I think I see Lily at the back. Good afternoon, everyone.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I know we've been here all morning and we've had conversations, so I know. And I know that the rest of the day is still way ahead of us. But this part of it is one that truly delights me, as I was invited to work on this project. I just felt really honored. So I'd like to please first extend my appreciation to the Bridge Club and of course Mr. Lukman Balogun, who invited me to come around to compare this segment of the event. My name is Adedayo Adejuku. I would say that I also work in the fintech financial technology space, but the passion career for me is voiceover and professional compare. So I consider myself an enterprise communicator and a business executive for financial technology space. So it brings me great delight to be here today and to set the course of this segment of today's conversation. Today, we celebrate legacy, we celebrate vision, we celebrate brotherhood, we celebrate, togetherness, collaboration, and it's the reason why we're honoring one of us here. I know we're busy, our spoons, our plates, and all are still clinging, but it's my honor to welcome the guests that are here, and I can't welcome the members because the members welcome me. So I would say thank you to the Bridge Club, and then welcome to the guests who have come to honor Dr. Babs Omotowa today on behalf of the Bridge Club. So welcome everyone. Today we will have conversations, we will celebrate, we will honor, we will recognize, but primarily we will dialogue and we will, share insights and chart the way forward for a good cause. To get us started with today's conversation, and today, in fact, to welcome us first of all to this segment, I'd like to first of all invite on stage the president of the Bridge Club, who will be giving a welcome address. I don't know if he's ready for us yet. Or, okay, sir, because I noticed that we just need to move fast very quickly. So I'd like to invite the legal luminary himself, Mr. Eliu Mustafa Isaiah. Thank you, sir.
If your hands are not too busy, you can do better than that. They don't say ask, and you shall be given. So if you know you deserve something, why not ask? I warmly welcome everybody to this session. And in our country, everybody appears to be talking, nobody appears to listen. And we appear to be quick in condemnation and criticism, that to the extent that even the best of us now find it very reluctant to join the public service or render a hand because it's like a thankless job. But if Nigeria will succeed, we have to consciously ensure that our best 11 and who are put to the forefront. And those of us who are not there yet, it's incumbent on us to celebrate and encourage those who have that privilege to be there. One. Number two, it is good for us to criticize, but at the same time, it's good for us to celebrate and honor those amongst us that have served the country very well, that are in good standing, that they can serve like role model to those who are coming behind, or indication to those who are about to offer themselves for public service, that it is worth it. This is in line with the Bridge Club policy and vision in such a way that we feel that in our own little way we should contribute to development of the country by giving superior perspective, by celebrating and honor those that we feel really deserve it. Who are we talking about today? It is Babs that has served in the private sector, Nigeria very, very meritoriously in the oil and gas. His pedigree speaks for him. And in addition to that, he's running something that, to my mind, is not for profit. He's investing. Like I told you when we were having coffee, I listened to him some time ago on channels when he was talking about investing. We need to celebrate people like that, so that all of us will know that in our little way, if Nigeria will succeed, in our space, we should do the right things. Babs has done the right thing. That is why, for Bridge Club, we are not only celebrating him, but we feel for him to perform in that space as the new non-executive director of NNPC. There are some salient things that maybe in the course of his career he knows about, but he will hear it in a different way. You will listen to the experts here, because Bridge Club, I'm not being a modest, we have one of the best minds in any sector of the country. So we are offering him our own perspective of what is expected of him and the enablement for him to be able to add value and make all of us proud and make Nigeria a better place, because nobody will come from heaven. It's all of us together by doing things, by individually doing the right things, that we can get to where we're going. I don't want to take too much of space. I welcome Bab's friends and the Bridge Club members. I thank all of them for this effort. And I want to encourage and request all of us to please give a very sound applause to the LOC members for making this possible. And I request them to stand up. Mr. Lukman Balogun is the chairman of the LOC. Again, we celebrate hard work. Dr. Martina, myself, the indefatigable Mr. Kule Olagudu, you don't see him, you only see him. It's only when he doesn't perform you know. And of course, where is Ferguson? Please, Ferguson is a stylish man. He's everywhere. He's in Delta, he's in Abuja, he's here, he's in authority. We are very proud of you guys. Thank you very much. Of course, my
brother.
Packaging.
And the senior brother.
We are 8 mates. We're one of the 6 brothers. My 8 mates. I thank you all, and I can assure you it will be a session that will be worth a while. And for our guests, I'm humbly requesting you that after now, if you really want to know what Bridge Club is all about, you need to wait and listen to our scholar, our egghead, our teacher, Dr. Professor Doyin Salami, a very good man, except one, that one, I won't mention it now. We'll discuss serious issues. We want to talk about Trump's tariffs and how it's reshaping and setting the global economic path in the right direction for all of us. I can assure you, we are ready to do, even if we amount to me, a student that Prof forced me to go to Lagos Business School. I'm a student, even if it amount to me joining history with Professor today. Honestly, I am ready. So please, after this session, we encourage and request you to wait and participate in our next whatever. Thank you very much, and
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Obviously, going by the comments and the remarks by the president, we know that the Bridge Club is a community of visionaries, quality visionaries, and minds that are here to steer the conversation. I was also privileged to go to the Lagos Business School, and I'm sure I've heard Professor Emeritus, Professor Doyin Salami, I've started his economics class, so I will definitely be sitting somewhere at the back to hear this. Except membership to the Bridge Club is also open to me, so I can also go and I keep myself. Okay, sir. But definitely, I believe that charge to actually even wait and be part of the conversation around world economy, the global economy, definitely is one to be part of. Thank you very much for setting the tone so beautifully. I also believe that this is a gathering of friends, like minds and all. So I would just want you to just look to the person next to you. I want to ask you to ask them, what is that one bridge, whether a person or a place or an experience that has really been monumental in your journey so far? Can you just tell them, if you can, just so we can connect, in case you haven't spoken? What is that one bridge that connects you to the person? Either a place, an experience, or something that has been really monumental in your journey so far. What is that? One bridge. In your journey so far, one bridge. By the way, you guys are having an interesting conversation outside. I could not watch. Yes. Welcome. Yes. Okay, so I think we're hearing. Okay, absolutely. So we've gotten to one of the high points of today's event, which is a salute to excellence, a celebratory tribute to Dr. Babs Omotowa. The president had spoken here so very quickly, but without mincing words, to speak of his impact, not just in corporate Nigeria, but now is called to serve, in the public sector space. I believe that Nigerians, when we travel abroad, we do so quickly. We hear of those stories, we hear of all of those. I even believe much more that Nigerians that are present here in the nation are the ones that are truly transforming our country and doing the great work. You are all here and you're examples of this incredible change. And I believe that it starts with conversations like this if we need to really make the change that our nation deserves. So today we celebrate one of those changes, one of those champions of change. And I would want us to just point our attention to this, the screen, as we watch this quick celebratory tribute to Dr. Babs Omotowa. Thank you.
In the distinguished corridors of Nigeria's corporate and public service spheres, few names evoke as much reverence and admiration as Dr. Babs Omotowa. With an illustrious career spanning continents, industries, and milestones, his recent appointments to the board of Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPL PLC, as a non-executive director is not just a commendable selection, it is a declaration of vision, trust, and national ambition. Dr. Omotowa's access to leadership is grounded in a rock-solid academic pedigree. Armed with a bachelor's degree in industrial chemistry and an MBA in management with distinction, his intellectual foundation reflects an unwavering commitment to excellence. He further earned his leadership acumen at premier global institutions, Harvard Business School and ACED, where he was shaped by the finest traditions of strategic governance, executive foresight, and ethical leadership. But perhaps one of his most transformative contributions to academia is his role as the president of the University of Management and Technology of Nigeria, where he is pioneering a new era in higher education. Under his stewardship, the university is emerging as a hub for innovation, leadership development, and research excellence, raising the bar for educational institutions across Africa and preparing the next generation of visionary leaders. His work in academia underscores a lifelong devotion to learning, mentorship, and national capacity building. Dr. Omotowa's storied career in the energy sector reads like a masterclass in transformational leadership. At Nigeria LNG Limited, NLNG, where he served as a managing director and chief executive officer, he shepherded one of Africa's most critical energy enterprises through a period of unprecedented growth, innovation, and international acclaim. Under his stewardship, NLNG not only achieved commercial success, but also became a symbol of operational excellence, stakeholder trust, and sustainable value creation. Prior to NLNG, his trajectory through the ranks of the Shell Petroleum Development Company across Nigeria and Europe was marked by trailblazing achievements. Rising to the esteemed position of Vice President of Shell Global, he led Shell's commercial operations across more than 30 countries, reinforcing his place among the world's foremost energy executives. His leadership extended to the global stage, where he chaired the World LNG Summit and held influential positions on international advisory boards, representing Nigeria with distinction and amplifying the nation's voice in critical global dialogues. Dr. Omotowa stands as one of Africa's most respected voices in corporate governance and boardroom effectiveness. His boardroom presence spanning sectors as diverse as finance, manufacturing, and education is marked by clarity, balance, and wisdom. His mastery of governance, risk, and compliance, coupled with his ability to navigate complex strategic terrains, is exactly what NNPL PLC requires in this era of reform, transparency, and global competitiveness. Beyond the executive titles and accolades lies a man deeply committed to humanity, mentorship, and national progress. Through his personal foundation and quiet philanthropy, Dr. Omotowa has touched countless lives, supporting education, youth empowerment, and leadership development. His mentorship of emerging leaders and frequent keynote addresses across global institutions are hallmarks of a life dedicated to building others. Passionate about local content, education reforms, and ethical leadership, he remains a powerful advocate for national transformation rooted in values, vision, and integrity. As Nigeria charts a bold course towards energy diversification, domestic gas utilization, and cleaner, more transparent systems, the appointment of Dr. Babs Omotowa is nothing short of inspired. His presence on the NNPL PLC board brings gravitas, wisdom, and a steady hand, qualities that will serve as beacons during this pivotal chapter in Nigeria's energy journey. With his appointment, Nigeria signals its unwavering commitment to meritocracy and excellence. Dr. Omotowa's inclusion affirms that when integrity, intellect, and international experience converge, greatness is inevitable. From the corridors of Shell to the boardrooms of LNG giants, from global summits to academic leadership, Dr. Babs Omotowa has carried Nigeria's name with honor, humility, and distinction. Now, as he returns to serve at the very heart of Nigeria's energy institution, we are filled with pride, hope, and boundless confidence in what lies ahead. Congratulations, Dr. Babs Omotowa. Your journey continues to illuminate paths for others. May your tenure be transformative, visionary, and forever etched in the annals of Nigeria's greatness.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Let's celebrations for the I know that you must feel a bit uncomfortable, like, is that me? Maybe that. But still, it's still you, and it was really inspiring. I read the profile and I'm like, God, this is true, a true Nigerian that truly inspires. Thank you very much. And thank you for the legacy, building institutions, and all that you're doing. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. Now, we get into conversations. I know that we will still get to hear from you, but not yet. We want to glean and learn from the conversations which the President has graciously even set the tone for here today. Now, we're going to the Nigerian oil industry, opportunities and pitfalls. I know that it's a lot of conversation. We know the role of oil in Nigeria, how it's the biggest contributor to the GDP and the rest. But we need to hear from some of our seasoned executive and experts that are here in this room. And I believe that we have with us Mr. Kunle Adebisi, who is ready to take this session. He's not here yet. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we'll invite non-executive director in public. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to invite Mr. Hakim Babatunde and Mr. Abubakar Jimo to the stage. Thank you very much, sir. And then they'll be speaking to the topic non-executive directors in public corporations and investment in downstream and upstream sector. Thank you.
We need one more chair. Yeah, just two of them.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We cannot have a better day than today to discuss this very naughty topic because of our honoree of today. I was actually given something to talk about non-executive directors, their role in a public corporation. And our honoree of today is actually somebody who is vast in this area of corporate governance. So without actually going through the papers, since I have just 5 minutes to talk about this, I'll just generally say that the role of non-executive directors today is actually something that is very demanding. First and foremost, we know that directors are charged with management of a company. The distinction between an ED and a NED is not quite different in terms of obligation of the office. So you will see a non-ED be liable for things that he might not even be aware of personally. So the standard expects of a non-ED today is something that it will require the occupant of that office to be constantly ahead of the curve in a corporate governance. A non-ED is expected to render to his company a very professional and unhindered and unbiased advice to his company. You must not allow your role to be fettered by your personal views. You must at all times have the objective of the corporate as your main objective, as long as you are in that office. So, most importantly, you are expected to have something like good faith, utmost good faith relationship with your company. That's why in law we call it contract de verima fidel. You are not supposed to have your personal interest overriding the corporate objective. So at all times, that must be the paramount objective when you are in that office. You are not supposed to have conflict of interest in your activity in your office. You must at all times disclose your interest in any activity that you find yourself in, such that, because more often than not, you will see people say that, no, I don't have a strong interest in this particular deal. But there are what I would call criteria for measuring interest. Under the law, yes, under CABA, we have 30% threshold. But in the Code of Corporate Governance, you have something like 0.01 shareholding. And it could be direct shareholding, it could be indirect shareholding. So you are expected as a non-executive director to exercise this role in a way that it will not cause the company any hardship. Essentially, you have the duties that really borders on fiduciary and duty of care. You must at all times exercise care and skill and diligence in your dealings in your company. So, what is expected of you in this regard? It is no longer the whole common, the whole rule that says that any power that a reasonable man will exercise when he's faced with such issue. What you are expected to do in this kind of instance, to exercise care, is to measure yourself against somebody in a similar position in another company like yours. That is what the corporate governance principle will measure you against. Now, what will a reasonable man in similar position in another company do in this instance? That's the current common law position. So at all times, you are way ahead of even the court. You don't have to be found once, because more often than not, you will see that the liability, when you violate some of these principles of your role, it can lead to criminal liability and it can lead to civil liability. Criminal liability in the sense that when the company probably loses fund and all that, it could be attributed that some of the directors have actually gained in the activities that lead to the loss of fund, in which case they can impute fraud, which is a crime, they can impute stealing, which is a crime, and somebody can just wake up and say, I want to prosecute you, both collectively and individually. It will lead to civil liability as well. The civil liability can actually be in the form of, okay, some of the directors are not ready to take action to support the corporate objective of the minority shareholders. You see that often, where probably the minority shareholders are agitating for certain things that will work for the overall objective of the company. But you see directors saying, look, we're not going to do this. So any of these minority, it's a minority rule, I will call it a law. Any of these minority shareholders can decide to say, I'm taking you to court for not actually implementing this idea of these minority shareholders, or even implementing something that is antithetical to the objective of the company. These minority shareholders can take it to court. And this can be by way of either derivative action or what we call representative action. Derivative action could be, okay, I'm going to sue on behalf of other shareholders, other minority shareholders, for not doing certain things, or for doing certain things that are wrong, and then I will use the name of the company to sue you. That is deriving the right to sue you from the company. And it could be representative action. You will say, okay, I'm suing in my personal name on behalf of all the other shareholders. So these are the issues that can arise from non-executive directors not actually following the laid down corporate governance principle. To here today that can guide all executive directors are not here. We have our hammer, and we have the Corporate Governance Code of 2018. Those are the two Bibles, so to say. But again, corporate governance is evolving. It's not static. It's actually something that people out there are actually working on a daily basis, trying to impute and put on directors responsibility that you can never even assume can be put on you. So that when push comes to shove, you will have certain questions that can actually embarrass you. That a person of this stature, you are supposed to exercise this particular discretion when you are taking the decision, and you did not. So because of that, you have violated particular rule. So it's an evolving thing. That's why I said every executive director of non-ed should actually be ahead of the curve. I was in Watson about a month ago, 2 months ago. If you see the caliber of people that were in that class who were actually trying to see how best to improve on the corporate governance of their organization. Because they have been found wanting in certain things that they did not even think about. The regulators are always there, and for all of the private corporation, for a public corporation, you will see regulators actually bearing down on your neck to say you have failed to do this, you have failed to do that, and all that. So regulators are the watchdog. You, let me take, for example, your the honorees sector, which is the oil and gas. You have so many regulators in this sector. You have to, at all times, be aware of what is expected of your role. In addition to the corporate governance code and the CAMA, there are some things that will be put in the regulator's code that might be peculiar to your office or to that industry. One will have to be really ahead of the curve to ensure that we are actually on top of our game. I will yield the floor to other members.
Thank you very much. Let me start by congratulating our brother, Dr. Omotoa. We wish you all the best. Working in the public sector, especially the one that controls the pocket and the nerves of the country and government, is not always going to be a walk in the park. So we'll continue to remember you in our prayers every morning and night, that you take the right decision for sustainability and for the future. The area I'm supposed to talk about, we're actually supposed to be three handling it together, so that's to show you that it's very heavy. But the two other people didn't show up. So I'm just going to look at it and say, I'm supposed to talk about investment in downstream and upstream of the oil and gas. And I assume that our focus in this group would then be how do we invest the interest mainly will be how to benefit as members of the Bridge Club in investing in upstream and downstream area of oil and gas. Now, some facts are very important in deciding this. Oil and gas area is a very regulated area. And because it's regulated, it means that for you to go into it, you probably require significant volume of investment. To make any sense in your type of investment, you need a huge amount of capital. So investment entry level is probably not within the scope of a lot of people. Where you have a lot of regulation, the risk is always also very high, because then you need to comply with a lot of things. Now, having said that about oil and gas, I will give some data about people's pockets generally. So I was at a function and somebody said, has a question. What if we ask you, in Africa, how many people do you think have investable fund of $1 million? What would be your guess? $1 million. And we said, maybe 1 million people, not in Nigeria, in Africa. And he said that would be wrong. So we thought, oh, we understated. He said, no, you multiplied it by 2. So that means in Africa, there are 500,000 people that have investable fund. Remember, if you have your house in Ikoyi, that's not an investable fund, it's your house. So it might be valued at 1.5 trillion, but you can't sell it to go and invest. So investable fund means that funds that you are free, and in Nigeria, there are actually less than 50,000 people. Of those 50,000 people, we have 40 of them, now 43, as the Bridge Club members. So that means we're the top of the top. That's the good news. The bad news is that even at the top of the top, you cannot reasonably invest your 1 million investable fund in oil and gas and be meaningful. It will not, you will not see the impact. So it then means that for you to have impact in investment in oil and gas, you can only or reasonably do it. I'm not talking of the Dr. Babs type. They can do it alone. I'm not talking of only, they've been long in the industry. But for mere mortals like me, you have to do it through collective investment. The other thing about oil and gas investment is that it's not something that you go there today, especially the upstream, and you expect that you're going to start collecting dividends in 90 days. It's not a case of I've done 90 days investment and you're in. So in some cases, you even have to do drilling and you are not sure of what you're going to get. So this is the kind of investment that you do with what we call patient money. It's not something you want to pay school fees and you are asking your other investor to say, I need my money. I joined some people to invest in some oil and gas in 2021. And using collective investment, we came up with $5 million. In Nigeria, $5 million is about 8 billion naira. So if you call 8 billion naira, in a lot of society, in a lot of sector in Nigeria, they'll be like, wow. It doesn't even move the needle in oil and gas investment. By the time they were calculating our percentage holding, we were less than 1%. And this investment was still a small investment in all of it. So it's not an area where you put the money you need tomorrow or next. However, it's an area, if something controls like a significant 70–80% of your economy, that possibly is an area you have to be. So how then do we get into this sector? As I mentioned, collective investment. If we have these 43 people that control the country, Dr. Babs is managing NNPC, top oil and gas. We all know the person that made the old Naira to still remain illegal tender. If you don't know, it's AU. You understand? So we're saying these are the people that make things happen in this economy. We can come together and we have institutions that can form collective scheme. Between us, we can come up with about $40–50 million. That would just be $1 million per person. And we can then have reasonable, not significant, with $50 million, we're still talking of reasonable investment in oil and gas. The other thing that Dr. Babs will then help us do is to say we need to get NNPC listed. The first leg has been done. NNPC is now a public company. It's a limited liability company. So I don't know if it's limited or limited, but it can now be traded. So we need to get to that level where individuals with 10,000 naira, 50,000 naira can invest. And this is where the benefit of having the likes of Dr. Babs on the board of NNPC can do. You've gone through this sector in the past. You came out very clean. That means you have professionalism, you have integrity, and you can get things done even in the muddy water. Because when Akim was talking about being on the board of a public sector company, probably the thing he didn't mention is that you're going to be in a war zone with the politicians. And their views, their mission and vision will never be long-term. Because I think they subscribe to the idea of this economy that say in the long term, we're all dead. And for the politician, the longest time they can be sure of is why they're still there, 4 years. A number of decisions, sustainable achievement cannot be done in 4 years. You can lay the foundation. The problem of a non-executive director is convincing a politician to use his 4 years to lay the foundation for somebody that will come and eat when it's no longer there. But we have to do it. And I think with the like of Dr. Babs on the board of NNPC, we have to ensure that we make the final policy decision holders to see the value of making NNPC publicly traded. Saudi Aramco probably produced the biggest kind of returns. And from those kind of returns, the Saudi government is still one of the strongest in oil and gas. So you can achieve the two. With the knowledge of Dr. Babs, I'm not in any doubt that we can get the government to see, and in that way, we can then get public to be able to invest in oil and gas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, GMD. Thank you. I think before I start, and please have to, President, you have to accommodate me. Firstly, let me congratulate Babs once again, and we thank you that you are among us. Congratulations, Babs. But President, please, before I start talking, because of where I currently work, I mentioned to do one. I would not want the video to be on. Cameras shall be on, but not the video. I can continue, right?
Yeah. Is it down? Continue.
Thank you. And I do apologize to everyone in the room. Now,
I think where I would, so the topic I'm going to be talking to is the Nigerian oil and gas industry. What are the opportunities, what are the pitfalls? And where Abu started, Abu has talked about some of the opportunities. And I was actually pitched my discussion around that, but I have to expand that thing was stuck in my mind, was thinking, okay, what else can I add to what he was saying? Now, I think, and I'm also not a politician because I'm going to say certain things that would sound as if, oh, I'm praising certain governments. I'm not. I'm just saying what we've seen. Now, let me start by saying that, and I don't want to start talking about, oh, Nigeria has certain level of gas reserves, oil reserves, etc. It's all public knowledge, and we all know there's abundance of oil, abundance of gas reserves in Nigeria. That's not disputable. Now, I think where I want to start is, if you look at the macro in Nigeria, how has that changed over the last 5 years or so? So if we look at what are the fiscal incentives that the oil and gas industry gets, 5 years ago, if you traffic light it, you put a solid red here. That's changing now. There is very strong fiscal incentives coming from this present job, coming from the government. Now, if you look at ease of doing business, so the local content role, if you look at that 5 years ago, it's solid red. That's changing now. If you traffic light it, you'll be seeing amber green because it's been looked at and it's now easier, it's attracting investment the way it's now been updated. Yeah? If you look at the divestment opportunities in Nigeria, 5 years ago, people would struggle. But today, the government has approved certain number of divestments. So the approval is coming more faster than back. So there are a number of parameters you can look at on the macro level that were solid red 5 years ago, but today we'll be painting them as green. So what that tells you is that's really improving and attracting funds into Nigeria in terms of investment. Now, if you then think about it and you look at the indigenous participation in the oil and gas industry, that's improving. I think today, the indigenous companies are actually producing quite a lot, about 30% of what is being produced in Nigeria. So that's quite a lot. And a lot of these indigenous companies are actually doing very well. Now, what are the opportunities? So, Bayo, I think recently talked about the target that it has in terms of attracting investment into Nigeria over the next, by 2030, I think the target is about attracting $60 billion investments in Nigeria by 2030. That's a huge investment, right? And the government is consciously creating that environment. Now, so what are the opportunities for us as locals? The opportunities are enormous as locals. Because if the pie is big, that creates tremendous and large opportunities. Now, from the local perspective, and you can participate in the upstream, so you can buy license, you can buy all that, and you can then go into exploration, and you can partner with people. So all that opportunities are there for us as individuals. Now, if I stay a little bit on that and talk about what are the pitfalls that we have in that environment, and the way I thought about it when I was thinking about it is, we have indigenous companies that have done very well and that are doing very well. So you have Seplat, Bab sits on the board of Seplat. You have the used to, yeah, so the used to, I think we had that. So we have First EMP, that's doing very well. You can name them, I have a few of them that are actually doing very well. Why are they doing very well? They're doing very well, one, because we can say that they have access to capital. And they've been very creative in having access to capital. Yeah, that's number one. They are doing very well because they have very strong governance structure. Past was saying to me, on a quarterly basis, Seplat will meet and have board meetings. You don't have that common in most of the Nigerian companies, but they have put in a very strong governance framework around how they operate. They are doing well because they have the technical and operational capability, and they're having joint venture arrangements with companies that have that capability, and they're tagging onto the technology possibility, etc. Abu talked about having joint partnerships. Now, to look at this, and they've also, I mean, more importantly, they also bought strategic assets from the oil and gas companies when they divested. Now, so those 4 factors are making them to perform very well. What are the pitfalls for us as indigenous companies if we want to invest in oil and gas? It's things we need to be mindful of. Now, people, when they have money, they say, oh, I just want to be in the oil and gas industry. I want to buy an asset in the oil and gas industry. You need to be very careful the kind of assets you buy. You need to do your due diligence. If you don't do your due diligence very well, the reality is you buy an asset that is laden with liabilities. So has a lot of abandonment, liability, etc., etc. Because in the oil and gas industry, when you are going to leave that site, that field, you need to put it back to how you met it. And now the PIA is even much stronger on what are the things you need to do. You actually have to start setting money aside, putting money aside. That's changing to what we used to have. So you need to be very careful, you need to do very good due diligence on the type of field that you are buying, yeah, if you are investing. That's very important. Now, the other thing is, most of these indigenous companies, when they do buy into these fields, they fund it, they leverage on it a lot. You have to be very mindful and be very careful how you leverage on these fields. There are some fields that are just not bankable. If they are not bankable, don't go near them. You go near fields that are bankable. And don't go and buy into fields that are very far from infrastructure, etc. Those are pitfalls. You buy into fields that are very far from infrastructure that you need to evacuate your product, and evacuating the product becomes a difficult issue for you. You have just invested in liabilities. Yeah? Now, I like the point Abu made about you come together. First A&P, what they did, the partnership with Schlumberger, would that help them to do? They gain 2 things by doing that. They gain the technical expertise, they also gain the funding access by doing that in first year. That's quite important. Yeah? So I think those are the things we need to be mindful about. Cost optimization, we need to be very sharp on how we optimize on cost. That's extremely important. So those are the kind of pitfalls that you need to be mindful of if you are investing in oil and gas industry in Nigeria. Now, to the extent of what are the other opportunities, because it's not every one of us that even have the capability to go on $1 million on the table. Yeah? So there are many other things that we can do. Oil and gas industry, I make the joke, even if you want to sell human being, there's market for you to sell human being because it catches everything that you want to do. Everything, it's possible. Key thing is, your business, you need to register it with DPR, you need to look at NCGNV approval. Once you have those 2 approval, then you begin to register with the oil companies and then begin to do business with them. There is nothing that you do, that anyone in this room does, that you don't have the opportunity to work in the oil and gas industry. Yeah? So you can work directly with the company, you can do vendor financing, you can do so many things. It goes across. If you have any question on how your business can offer services to oil and gas, you can please let me know. I will put it there because I'm very conscious of the time. There are so many things we can talk about, but I'm willing to take them.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for the insights you just shared. I'm sure that a number of people might have questions because we want to engage, but we can't take the questions now, so we'll quickly invite Alhaji Idris Saidud, who would speak to understanding parastatal operations. So you can take the stage immediately so we can have all the sessions together. I think we still have one more, so we can take all the questions together. Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And first of all, let me do like Shania distinguished guest speakers to complete our program October's. Congratulations on your appointment. I'm grateful for what you have done for Nigeria in the past. You say I should talk about parastatal operation. I think this is very vital because parastatals are government run companies, and there are different types. There are some that are fully funded, others are partially funded, while some are zero funded. I happen to have working when there's supposed to be a government parastatal, it was all more like a private institution. Private government and like a private companies, they're running for government. I work as treasurer and director of finance for TechFund. You know that it was formerly called Education Tax Fund. This is an initiative of ASU during the Babangida era. Signed in 1993, but full operation commenced in 1998. Then with Obasanjo coming in 1999, he has to restart the operation and brought in Chief Mrs. Olapo as the first chairman. Olapo, as we know, she was the first woman graduate chartered accountant in Nigeria, in Africa. So she felt that running such a company, she cannot do it using the same servants. So what I can say was reputed to bring in some people to the private sector. So I happened to be one of them in 2000. TechFund has a unique operation. This is not the way the government operation work. First and foremost, one of the things that guarantee our operation is sustainable funding. We don't collect money from the government. The monies are paid by private sector institutions, which is a form of tax. And there are so many controls that are there. First and foremost, the taxes is not collected by the institution themselves. We don't collect it. ETM does not get or it's not involved in the collection of the taxes. The taxes are collected by assessment and collection. It's by Federal Inland Revenue Service. This money are deposited into central bank account under the custody of the Accountant General of the Federation. We make request of Accountant General to release the money to us, but we don't spend it. We allocate the money and transfer to the institutions. It is at the institutional level that contracts are awarded and payments are made to contractors, not at TechFund level. So this is one of the things that saved us, because we believe that if we want to get involved in contractors, imagine we have over 200 public institutions. As at that time, we are also running 36 states of the Federation under the SUBEB, and we also have Ministry of Education in 36 states. So if you have to handle all these 72 institutions, plus another 200 universities and primary education process, it will be very, very enormous work. So we involve that those institutions at their level should be the one to be handling the contracts. If all the contracts, let's assume that 10 contractors per institution, that is over 2,000 contractors will be paid from our head. And there's no way corruption will not set in. There's no way something will not be compromised. So one of the things there, we also have our own operation in such a manner that we emphasized in our institutions, we emphasized project management and funding. The project management aspect that we involve is that our fiscal, our project people are made up of engineers, QS, architects, and others. But they don't get involved in the execution of the project. Their role is to set the milestone. We use what is called guidelines to do our operations. We issue guidelines every time. I tell you that before you can do this, you have to do A, B, C, D. And once you do A, B, C, D, you get a money. We don't, and from 2012, no contractors came to our office to come and collect his check. We have started before the even started this bill. we started implementing in 2012, whereby no contractor, or I mean no school, because we don't deal with contractor, no school come to our office to come and follow up their payment. And it is to, during this period, we disbursed about $5 to $6 billion in assets to this. And there is no single incidence of diversion of any sort. No person. And with support of some people, some bankers and investment bankers like that, during that period, in my period of 10 years, like I had someone as director, we were able to give back, and to get fruits, the fruit of the institution we invested. And we gave them additional $500,000 in that's so third form, unlike other parastatals, are not run like I don't want to explain what they do. I know that most of the parastatals, like what is happening, they go into budget. Our own budget is not approved by, it's not presented to National Assembly passing. We just inform them because the Act has specified the way the money should be spent. So we don't go to National Assembly and say, you have money to do this. We know it works. All these people are adding this money. Because the Act has specified how we spend the money. The Act says you collect 100%, you divide into two, 50% for university, 50% for the college education and polytechnics. And these polytechnics and college education, the remaining 50% is 25-25. So then what is important is that perhaps he plays a vital role in our patient. In 2013 and 14, I remember that they are under his watch. I remember that we had a long drawn battle in the courts because initially some of the oil and gas people are saying that education tax is supposed to be deductible from their tax computation. And it was said, no, it can't be deductible. So it was a long, and after about 7 or 8 years or 10 years, it was said in our favor. And to the credit of our celebrant today, he paid about 3.something billion at once, which was the highest single collection by the fund over the period, and it was even up to today, I think.
Don't know way. We paid for this. What is this now? Please, get this now.
Mr. President, be calming down.
It's not what I want to advise my brother that the kind of as a board member of NNPC, if the NNPC on its own try, because I discussed this issue with the leader of the federation, that why is it that we do not have the success of TETFU in improving the budgetary process of Nigeria? As the budget now, in TETFU, you know that there is no abandoned budget. can only be an ongoing project. Because before you can go to the next project, you must have finished what you was doing before. So, like NNPC being the one that only added this, dealing with about almost 70 or 80% of our national resources, what they should emphasize, like what Mr. Lakoni said that time, was that we are not a contract awarding agency. We are only we are not a contract awarding agency. We are managing fund and project. We are involved in project management and fund management. We don't get involved in the nitty-gritty of contracts award and other things. I think that's what goes for Asata. What keeps Asata much is involvement in day-to-day operation of how to simply get this. And it's not like some allegations of things that people do. Because we are all knowing that some people may not adhere to the then we are lucky that those people, especially those people that started the fund, created that kind of structure whereby they insulated the fund from contract awarding, and it has in the end. And you know, like if NNPC is quarantine, they are professionals, they are highly celebrated, and I believe that with their team, they will be able to take Nigeria to the promised land.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Absolutely. So we'd like to quickly invite Hajara Yunusa, who will speak to the legal dimension of the PI. Thank you. Please go put our hands together for the lady. No. You still have questions?
Yes. Are you collecting?
Are you projecting?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust you are all having a good time and we're learning quite a bit from our panel. My name is Ajara Timsa. I'm a counselor at AIM Mustafa and also the board secretary at Peter Complete Solutions. And on behalf of AIM Mustafa and Digital Episode, I will be taking you through some of the innovations and evolutions within the Petroleum Industry Act 2021. I would like to ask your indulgence, please, if I could sit to go through as my certificate of the weather.
I'm the president.
Mr. President, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. So, a bit of
All it was
a bit of Hello. So a bit of a background before we dive into it. It's important for us to take note of how it all began, how Nigeria found itself as an oil economy. So I'll begin with a brief history of how Nigeria began oil exploration. So oil exploration in Nigeria actually dates back to 1908 with a German company named Nigeria Bitumen Corporation. However, commercial discovery was only made in 1946 by Shell. Back then, production was averaging about 5,000 barrels per day, so we were still emerging as an oil economy. Following that, by 1960, following the commercial discovery of oil, other international companies such as Ajib, Texaco, and the likes joined the oil landscape in Nigeria, and by that time, oil had begun to eclipse agriculture as the backbone of the Nigerian economy. So, in 1971, okay, so I'm doing time apparently. I'm going to.
No, ignore it.
Okay, thank you. So, in 1971, Nigeria became a member of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, and in 1977, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, which our esteemed and distinguished member is now a member of the board, was established to manage the country's interest within the sector. Sorry, sir, I'm supposed to congratulate you. Congratulations. Thank you so much for your service. Wish you a long and prosperous tenure. So moving forward, by following the establishment of the NNPC in 1977, NNPC had become, Nigeria itself had become an oil producing state because of the impact oil has on our economy by this time. So, some of the importance of oil to Nigeria economy is we all know it is the #1 contributor to the government revenue and foreign exchange in the country. This revenue boosts to the infrastructure and national development across the country. But significantly, it's the geopolitical significance oil gives to Nigeria. As Africa's largest oil producer, we cannot deny the impact this title gives us, especially within organizations like OPEC, and even with other oil-dependent economies that are largely depend on oil imports. It gives Nigeria geopolitical significance in relation to diplomatic relations, of course. There's also its contribution to our employment and local content, as enumerated by some of the panelists previously, and its contribution to the country's GDP. So, before diving straight into the evolutions in the PIA, a bit of context. A bit of context of what led to its enactment, of course. Prior to the PIA, the petroleum industry was actually being regulated by plethora of laws. We had the Petroleum Act, the Associated Gas Reinjection Act, the Deep Offshore and Inland Basin Production Sharing Contract Act. So many regulations which led to regulatory inconsistencies, overlap, a lack of transparency, numerous and inconsistent policies. There were also issues with the NNPC itself, with bureaucracy, especially also NNPC was always, is it an operator in the industry? Is it a regulator? Where exactly does it land? So all of this inconsistency plagued the sector despite the importance of oil to our economy. So to address some of these issues, there was a need for a framework that will foster a competitive and efficient industry, enhance transparency, and encourage investments while also boosting revenue and attracting foreign investments into the country, of course. So this led to the formulation of the Petroleum Industry Bill in 2008 under President Umar Musa Yar'Adua's administration. At the time, the bill faced several setbacks because it was introduced and withdrawn quite a number of times. So this was due to inconsistencies among the legislatures. It failed numerous times to gain the consensus needed for passage. So it was introduced or withdrawn in 2008, in 2012, and in 2018. However, moving on to 2020, under President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, he was also then the Minister of Petroleum Resources. The bill was repackaged and into a more focused version, and at the time, it finally gained consensus needed for passage and was passed into law in 2021, and will pass into law in 2021 and signed by the President, of course. So, given the background we've enumerated, it's important to know that, okay, what are some of the issues that the PIA seeks to address? What the idea behind it, giving rise to its objectives now, to create efficient governing institutions with defined roles. So no more regulatory overlaps between different organizations, within the plethora of laws. To establish a profit-driven national petroleum company that will operate as an operator in the sector, and there won't be duality of whether it's an operator or if it's a regulator. So part of the objective of the PIA is also to promote good governance and accountability foster a business-friendly environment while also deepening local content in the industry. So, now, finally, a major reform in the PIA is actually the establishment of distinct regulatory bodies. So, now, for the upstream sector, we have the NUPRC, which is the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. For the midstream and downstream sector, we have the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and there is also the creation of the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund. This as we go ahead, will highlight the distinct roles of each of these industries and each of these organizations within the industry. So the NUPRC, which is the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, for the purpose of this presentation, it will be, when you hear me refer to a commission, I'm referring to the upstream, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. This organization is in charge solely of regulation of the technical, commercial, and operational activities within the upstream sector solely. So anything relating to the administration of regulations, laws, grants of licenses, revocation, regulation in general, it is for the upstream sector, it is now the NUPRC that deals solely with that. It has basically taken up the role of the former Department of Petroleum Resources within the upstream sector. So again, its objective is to promote enabling environments for investment in the upstream sector, determine and administer technical standards according to international best practice. It's also to implement policies and ensure efficient and safe infrastructural development within the sector. So when you think about the NUPRC, think about the upstream sector solely. That is what they have been tasked with under the PIA. Its powers is to enforce the regulations that were in place regarding the upstream sector prior to the enactment of the PIA, to renew licenses and leases, to recommend to the minister the grant and revocation of licenses and leases, and as relating to the upstream sector, of course. So think about your petroleum prospecting licenses within the upstream sector is now subject to the recommendation of the commission to the minister to grant such licenses and for the revocation. However, renewal is solely within the power of the commission. Also, they issue guidelines for option regulations, for option operations, and set standards to promote the adoption of new technologies within the upstream sector. So that's for the upstream sector of the commission. Now, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. So this is known as the authority now. This authority is in charge, as implied in the name, for the midstream and the downstream sector of the industry. So the same thing, the NUPRC, which is the commission, what they do for the upstream sector, this authority is in charge of the same set of rules for the midstream and downstream operations within that sector. So the objective is to promote competitive markets for the midstream and downstream sector, ensure efficient, safe, and sustainable infrastructural development, while regulating the technical, commercial, and operational activities within the midstream and downstream sector. Okay, let's go to the functions. Their function is to grant and issue, revoke, renew licenses, and regulate commercial activities. So a contrast here is that while the power of the commission to grant and revoke licenses is still with the minister, what the commission does is to recommend to the minister to grant or revoke licenses. For the authority, that power is not subject to the minister's approval. The authority is in charge solely of the grant, renewal, revocation of any license authority within the midstream and the downstream sector. So their function include the promotion of the principles of economic development, promoting competition while encouraging private sector participation in the industry, regulating the domestic-based price and prices applicable to wholesale customers. So to simplify and concrete it for the room, so the And the authority is taking up the role of the formal DPR within the midstream and downstream sector, but also the role of the formal petroleum product pricing authority within the midstream and downstream sector. So that is what this organization now is in charge of. Even the formal petroleum equalization fund, this authority has been tasked with taking up all of their previous assets, liabilities, and roles within the sector. So rather than having a plethora of organizations, regulations within each of the sector, it has been, the PIA has simplified it to the commission and the authority. So if you think of, okay, as long as your business is within the upstream sector, think of the commission. If your business is within the downstream or midstream sector, think of the authority. So those are the only two primary organizations you're thinking of in terms of regulation now within the oil industry. Let's go to, okay. So another notable organization that the PIA has created is the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund. So the primary mandate of this fund is basically to make government-owned equity investments in gas infrastructure. It's important to know that while Nigeria is an oil-backed economy, an oil economy, we also need to diversify it. So, development of gas infrastructure is important for that diversification. So this is where this fund comes in. This fund has as its mandate to make equity investments that are government-owned, right? The vision and objective here is that where the government is investing heavily in a sector, the private sector will also follow. What makes government assets so successful is the fact that the investors are confident that, its government backed is not going to fail. So where the government is investing in gas infrastructure, the hope here with this one is that the private sector will also follow in the same line. So a major source of funding for this fund is the levy of 0.5% of the wholesale price of petroleum products to be collected from the wholesale customers. So, okay. Please, Secretary, permit us. I'm really trying to do this. Okay. So, a notable innovation of the PIA, as we all know, is the privatization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. So as I mentioned earlier, the NNPC was operating as a regulator and an operator simultaneously, which was really not ideal and was preventing it from achieving the main aim behind its establishment, which is to manage the government's interest within the industry. So in order to achieve that, rather than being government-driven, government policy-driven, it's important for it to be market-driven, which brought about the privatization, right? So now, the NNPC is a private company limited by shares. At incorporation, the shareholders are the Ministry of Petroleum Resources Incorporated and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. So it's now a private entity and it's to operate as any other private company would, accountable to its shareholders, declare dividend, publish annual reports. All of this is in the bid to reduce bureaucracy, attract investment to the sector, and make it a commercially viable organization that doesn't require government funding to operate successfully. So with this privatization now, the NNPC is subject to the laws of CAMA like any other private company. Is guided by CAMA, is guided by its articles of association, and also by the PIA, of course. So for the NNPC, there is a board which our distinguished member has been appointed a member of. I hope to be one day.
She's bringing up there will be president. Thank you.
I can take the right.
All right. So appointment to the board is made by the president, and for the board of the NNPC, there are 6 non-executive members. There is a non-executive chairman, and there is a representative of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. There's a representative of the Ministry of Finance, the Chief Executive Officer of NNPC and the Chief Financial Officer of NNPC Limited. They are all members of the board of the NNPC. The board is, to, like I mentioned, to act in accordance with the provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act, the Companies and Allied Matters Act, and the Articles of Association of the company. So it's important to note that the board of the NNPC has as its duty some of its responsibilities for the strategic management and determination of the business structure of the company. It's responsible for the approval of the annual budget of the organization. The members are charged with a fiduciary duty to act in due diligence and care in the best interest of the organization, the shareholders, and sustainable development. Before moving ahead, I want to mention that the current constitution and articles of association of the NNPC Limited as is will prevail until the shareholders of the company are just the Ministry of Petroleum Resources Incorporated and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. Once a private entity enters into the picture, becomes a shareholder of the NNPC Limited, it is no longer bound by, let's say, just you are to abide strictly. The composition of the board will shift to as provided by the Articles of Association. So the previous composition that I mentioned with the Chief Executive of the NNPC and the representative of Ministry of Petroleum Resources and Finance, like that will now be guided by the provisions of the Articles of Association of NNPC Limited and not strictly by the provisions of the PIA alone. Okay. So some of the other innovations within the PIA is the including inclusion of a host community development trust fund. So we all know that previously there were issues around vandalization and destruction of infrastructure. So to add by the host communities. So to address that, the trust fund has been established to address any environmental or communal damage that these communities might experience due to the operations of the licenses or the source of the petroleum operations. There are also some fiscal reforms that have been included. There's the introduction of the hydrocarbon tax, the inclusion of the company's income tax. So now the hydrocarbon tax replaces the petroleum profits tax, but there's also the company's income tax. So for companies companies now will pay previous petroleum profit tax, which is now hydrocarbon tax, but they will also pay companies income tax as guided by the provisions of the Companies Income Tax Act. You mentioned some deductibles earlier that were allowed. Now we have some introduction of deductibles that are not allowed anymore. So, for instance, gas flaring penalties, litigation costs, medication tax, bad debt and bad charges. These deductibles are no longer allowed for tax purposes. There is the express prohibition of gas flaring, where licensees are required to submit a natural gas elimination and monetization plan within 12 months of the grant of their licenses. There's the inclusion of the tenure of licenses. So now a petroleum prospecting license for onshore and shallow water acreage has been increased to an initial period of 3 years, renewable for another 3 years period. The petroleum prospecting license for deep offshore and frontier acreages has been increased to an initial period of 5 years, renewable for another 5 years period. So the powers of the minister has also been reduced from regulatory to more of a supervisory role now. So you have instances where the minister is basically empowered to just give policy directive to the commission and the authority based on government policy, but the minister does not expressly make regulations for the industry anymore. The power to grant and revoke licenses, particularly for the midstream and downstream sector, has been ceded to the authority, while the power of the minister to grant licenses for the upstream sector is subject to the recommendation of the commission. Okay, so some of the benefits of these innovations, as we mentioned, is to cure the previous defects and challenges that were affecting the sector. So now, given the distinctive organizations that has been created. There is clarity and separation of roles across the industry. There is independent regulatory authorities now, which should improve investor confidence through a transparent and independent oversight, while also encouraging fair competition and a level playing field. The privatization of NNPC should ensure its commercial viability, because it's now to operate as a profit-driven entity, as any other private company would. The host community development is also a notable one, should go to reduce the issues of conflict around the host communities and reduction in vandalism. So nothing is perfect. While these innovations are applaudable, some of the gaps that we've identified within the PIA is the ambiguity in the definition of host community. So presently in the PIA, host community is restricted to the area where the operator. Okay. The area where the host community is primarily resident. So transit communities where the pipelines come across are not included within this definition, and this can lead to further conflicts, especially when you consider the election into the host community trust fund council, the governing council for the trust fund. There's the lack of renewable energy integration, because there's so much focus on fossil energy within the PIA. Nigeria, as a oil-backed economy and the giant of Africa, should not be left out of the conversation when we're talking about renewable energy. Globally, that's where the landscape is tilting. So the non-inclusion of renewable energy in the PIA, it should be looked into. There's also the limited fiscal incentive for gas development, as again, transition to gas development, gas economy requires significant capital investment. So while the gas development trust fund is laudable, it would have been more impactful where there were fiscal incentives for companies to invest in the gas development infrastructure. So those are some of our identified gaps and challenges. Thank you everybody for listening.
I think we should do better by applauding her. She has successfully unpacked the PIA so succinctly. And I'm told, before you go, so she works, this is Hajara Yunusa. She works at the AU Chambers, AU Mustafa Chambers, and guess what? First class graduate, first class from law school. He said, I'm not wrong. So please, can we applaud her very well? Absolutely. Thank you so much for unpacking that so nicely and very in a calm way, but deeply reinforcing the message. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
So the president will take the question.
I have Panaguru here, age, call to bar, everything.
Don't mind the claim.
Yes. What do I say?
I advise that we should match, as suggested by
I'm ready.
Siba. So he doesn't want to share.
He's not true.
Okay, once we resolve this, I think we'll allow the president and his Aburo to resolve their matter. Yes. Oh my goodness. I regret that, Okay, I sincerely apologize. I can see,
He's not stressed. He's not feeling stressed. Don't mind that.
Standing on existing protocols, sir, please. I'd like to invite you on stage, please, for to speak on solving leadership deficit in Nigeria, Dr. Agada Abuchi. The chief of staff.
The chief of staff. Thank you.
As a main man. You take permission before you sit down now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I would like to congratulate once again our honorary for today, Dr. Ometo. I say congratulations, but I must also share publicly that when I first became aware of your appointment to the board of NNPC, I wasn't sure if I should congratulate you in addition to prayers for you. I reluctantly decided to add congratulations to the prayers, and that is why I emphasized in my congratulatory chat that God shall grant you all that you require to be successful.
Amen.
Once again, I pray for you and I wish you well and I wish you well. This background is not unconnected with a topic that I've been asked to speak about, which is leadership deficit. We all know that we have a very huge leadership deficit in Nigeria, in every area of our national life. Why the petroleum industry, where you have distinguished yourself, is seen as an industry of pride? I would like to say, not because I want to make you unhappy, but because I want to challenge you and your colleagues for the task ahead, that nowhere is the leadership deficit in Nigeria more manifest than the petroleum industry. As we heard from the brilliant lawyer just now, over 6 decades ago, our production level was about 5,000 barrels daily. Today, where are we? That is big data. 2, what is the cost of production per barrel? That also does not put Nigeria in a competitive position. Thirdly, we have very huge or massive missed economic opportunities. For example, the continuous flaring of gas after many decades of oil exploration in Nigeria. Just imagine how much money Nigeria as a country would have made from the gas that we have continued to flare. Look at also the byproducts of refining petroleum crude, which we are missing because we have not been refining crude in Nigeria. The fifth one is the non-functional refineries. We've had a return to democratic rule for over 20 years now, consecutively. And we have continued to depend on importation of petroleum products. These and more are examples of leadership deficits in the petroleum industry. That is another reason why I do not envy your position. However, I pray for you, and I'm happy that you took up the appointment or invitation because it's a call to service. And leaders discuss solutions. And as a leader, you cannot discuss solutions. I have no doubt that you will give it your best, and I wish that you will be successful because, as I shared on our club platform, I have reservations about certain nominations to the current board. The nomination of people who are significant shareholders or owners in operating companies and those who are market makers. That now takes me to the dimension of what can be achieved within the structure of the board that I have been asked to set. And our approach is from the BART principle, B-A-R-T, which represents boundaries, authority, rules, and tasks. As A non-executive director, you have statutory responsibility like any other director on the board of the organization. But you remain a non-exec, and outside what the board will discuss, while the day-to-day management is statutory the responsibility of the board usually will delegate that to one of their own, who is the CEO. You've been a CEO before, and you understand what it means. That also speaks to the question of what is the responsibility of the board of papers, and in reality, the limits of authority. And speaking about the limit of authority as a dimension of part, it's also the question of who your overriding principal is, or principals are. And that brings into focus the role of government and those who are politicians or political appointees and not professionals like your distinguished self. You must at all times be seen to discharge your responsibilities based on your own conviction and values. However, there is always a conflict when that is not in tandem with that of the higher authority. And that leads to the question of deauthorization, which is the reason why I said I will focus on the authority dimension of part. Often, professionals fail in their roles, not because there is a deficit in their professional abilities and skills, but also because of the issue of deauthorization. Because if the higher authority deauthorizes you or work at variance with what you want to achieve, then there's a limit to what you can achieve. I have no doubt that given your past experience and together with your colleagues on the board, you may be able to navigate this, because stakeholder management is always a key factor in the success of every executive and that of the board. And your stakeholders in this case are not professionals, are not customers. Your biggest stakeholder will be those in government. And they are going to act like politicians because they are politicians. Then, your task is well defined by reason of the different examples that I have given, where leadership deficit has manifested in different areas of failures. But I will not stop at identifying failures. I will also propose that you and your colleagues need to embrace change leadership. Charles Darwin taught us that it's not the strongest of species that survives, neither the most intelligent, but the most adaptive to change. We are in a global economy that is changing rapidly, and the change is far ahead of us. We are still discussing daily production of over 1,000 barrels, 1,000 or 1 million barrels, 1.5 or 1.4 million barrels now, when our budget is supposed to come from that production largely, because it's a huge area for us. Look at our population as far back as 1958, when we were doing 5,000 barrels, related to the population of Nigeria now. The barrel of crude per individual is less than what it was then. And if you factor the value of the naira, because what 5,000 barrels would give you in dollar terms in 1958, 1.4 or even 1.5 million barrels today cannot give you. So what can you do taking a change leadership approach? I recommend 3 things. The burden for you is that one of my recommendations actually means that you have to deliberately reduce the influence of those who have appointed you to the position that you hold. Number one, we need an effective and efficient enforcement of the provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act. Even in its current form, no matter the improvement that we might want to see. Because it's one thing for the law to be made, it's another thing for the law to be enforced or executed. The second thing that I would recommend is that your board should have the courage to ensure that the refineries owned by NNPC are sold. They should not only be sold, they should be sold for no more than ₦1 to investors who will be willing to post performance bonds from reputable financial institutions on the basis or condition that they will forfeit the bond if they do not meet performance targets that have been agreed. And unless such an approach is taken, what you will witness will not be different from the case study of what we are seeing in electricity or energy in Nigeria, the power sector. We had privatization. But notwithstanding privatization, government has continued to define what happens in that sector, and taxpayers' money have continued to go in. And the most difficult decisions have not been made. The multi-year tariff that should have been implemented for political reasons was delayed for several years. And of course, if you were an elected politician, you will be mindful of the impact on the people and the implications for your electoral votes. So if this approach is taken, and instead of focusing on who will post the highest figure in dollars, we focus on those who will post the highest bond and commit to the highest performance over a given period of time, then we will not only ensure that we privatize those refineries, but ensure that the investors will deliver over a period of time, failing they will forfeit the bond that they would have posted. The third and the last of my recommendation, which again will limit the influence of those who have appointed you and yourselves as their representatives, is that government holding in NNPC as the company should be diluted through the sale of shares to private investors, none of whom, institutional investors, none of whom should be an operator in the industry, one. And two, the government holding should be a maximum of 30%. What that does is that the board of NNPC will now be a board where professionals like you would have a voice, where professionals like you will not serve, and government expects the place to be an echo chamber. An echo chamber is one where the government wants to hear back what they want to hear instead of what is appropriate. People like you cannot be in the room only to speak to the people in authority what they want to hear. The value of people like you being in the room, and the reason why we are optimistic and we are celebrating you, is because we want you to speak to them what they ought to hear, not what they want to hear. But then, with the current ownership structure, the powers that the president has in terms of appointment, which power can only be altered when you have other investors, and then the company will be governed by articles of association and not by decisions made at political meetings, requires that there should be dilution of shareholding structure. On that basis, again, I wish you well, and I look forward to a change in leadership, and that we will overcome the leadership deficit in the petroleum industry. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. So just a quick recap, because now we will take questions and comments, should we have any, from Alaji Seydu here down to Dr. Okoji. They've all spoken. And even to the beautiful and brilliant Hajara Yunusa, who's also spoken. Yes. So the president and Maga here will, you will not set me up again. The president and my Oga here will take the questions of the legal. Yes, sir, please, sir. Yes, sir. We'll take the questions on the legal perspective and the legal angle. But thank you so much, sir, for all your comments and your for all your input and the insights that you have shared. So we will throw the floor open. Questions? If you do have questions, you can signify by raising your hand. If you want to add, or you want to just make a remark, you can also, if you want specifics. Okay, sir.
My observation is not, strictly speaking, to do with legal. My observation has to do with the submission of Dr. Akuji. I understand where it came from. I think it came from the yearnings of most of us Nigerians. But I sincerely, even looking at it practically, wonder whether our honorary today will be able to do anything concerning the present situation. As of today, the owners of NNPC, the government, and the government is running that and purpose, the president. So the members of the board, they recommend to the president body as it is de facto, the president is the major shareholder of NNPC. Because the two organizations that are shareholders of NNPC, they report to the president. So what I would suggest is that they may make their recommendations to the president, so the board stops at his table. And as Ogawa said a minute ago, they are politicians, and the right way to observe that. It is what pays them as politicians that they will do. Recommendations can be made. Whether they will follow that recommendation is a different ballgame. And what we will enjoy the honorary of today is to be on the side of people that will take such recommendations that will meet the yearnings of we Nigerians. But whether or not those things will be carried out will be dependent on shareholders, which is the government, and I sincerely doubt, as a way to understand that the pessimist, and I sincerely doubt whether those people realizing the enormous power that the wills will easily concede that, as also recommended by GMB, that I think that they should make the shares available for people to subscribe, because the moment that is done, their own power is whittled down. And maybe what we should be thinking about is, if the thing can be packaged, they are fighting today, that is, they can't see through to allow Nigerians to be shareholders of NNPC. That way we can whittle whatever political stronghold that they have on that organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Questions?
Questions, comments?
Over.
the level at which they operate then depend on the level of what are the politicians' interests. In my 4 years, I want to take as much as possible from this cake. If they can then get a framework that gives them the opportunity to take a reasonable investment in that process, the degree will get towards it. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect. I'm just saying it's going to be better. So, back to your bad, but better. So it's not going to be the best because they will still corner like 30-40%. But we are now on track. Maybe the parents of the politician there will hold the 30-40%. In the next 10 years, it will get better. So it's framework as soon as you get there, before people know that they can do a lot of bad things. Let them do the better bad things. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. I think from Dr. Agada, you made a very powerful submission and everybody listened attentively. Now, there are three things that I actually want to comment on. One of them has been discussed a lot, so I'm not going to go back to it. I think you made reference to the point that Ishola made. And maybe I'm still tempted to talk about it. And the reason why I'm still tempted to talk about it is because we're here collectively to try and encourage ourselves and learn. I think for me, we should not think, oh, there is nothing we can do about it. Yeah, I think we should think positively. There is something we can always do about it. And I love how the powerful thing we talked about. Better. Now, for me, I can also address the point, in my view, on stakeholders management. So however daunting it is, that's why stakeholder management is important, and I think he alluded to it. That's number one. I think for me, number two, I fully agreed with your submissions. But two things I want to make. Number one, on the percentage and privatization of NNPC. It's a powerful thing, and we all want it done. But I would not strongly go on, or it has to be 30% that the government should own. I think if you look at the NNNG model, for instance, which is one of the best operating models that we see in sub-Saharan Africa, NNPC, and by extension, government has 49% stakeholding in it. But they behave very professionally. And why do they behave very professionally? Because there is a very strong shareholders agreement that binds the behavior of everybody in the room. So that Nigerian energy. So government has 49% interest. Or even with your 49% interest, you cannot behave badly. You have to behave in line professionally. And that's what we see operating in energy. So, and for me, the second point I want to make to that is, it's also quite important to have professional institutions as shareholders in an entity. So I agree with you, but I would stay away from, we don't want people that are already in the oil and gas industry to be part of the shareholders of NNPC. For me, I don't think NNPC would be benefiting from the professional knowledge that they have. Because Shell, we operate in NNNG. We are shareholders. We operate in the same oil and gas industry, Total ENI. And that's what actually makes NNNG to be a very powerful institution, because it benefits very strongly from the institutional investors in NNNG. That's the second thing. Now, to the refineries, I also agree with you. Refineries should be privatized. Well, it should be privatized in one area, and the performance bond issues and all that structure. I would not fully subscribe to that. I think that there are a lot of values that will be given away if that happens. But I do get the point. If it becomes operational, most of those values will come back, and to come back to government, either via even the operational performance of the entities, etc., and via tax and all that. But I fully agree with the submission. we also have to be just careful on how we implement some of these recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have comments by way of advice, and I have questions. My by way of advice will stem from what Hakim said, and I'm sure you listened to him very well because Hakim has been on board of so many public organizations and commercial banks, so you understand what he's saying. Number one, sir, very, very important. You need to have an audience with your legal department. You need to sit down and ask your legal department the roles, responsibilities, guidelines, procedures that are internal, that regulate the periods of board meetings and etc. is very, very, very important, very profound. Number one. Number two, if at all there will be board meetings, you need to have, you know all this, you need to have the board members very well. At times, because of time factor, it might be important for you that your submissions for each of the items of the discussion be in writing and sent in ahead of time. When I was on the board of legal committee of prioritization of BP, I was doing that and I didn't know that it would have impact. It got to state that whenever we want to have a meeting, it is the submission of the likes of Ajara that those supervisors will send in that will form the crux of the deliberations on the board, and that was what we were able to discuss. So you got to a stage, the DG had to go and be the vice president and said, if you're a member of this committee, you cannot do legal services for us. But he wanted an exception, that this firm, they are doing this, and an exception was given. It serves for two purposes. One, it's important that your submissions in every issue, please do your research very well and contribute. You're an industry person, that system needs you, because it's not every time there is about corruption. It's lack of capacity is another very big problem. Number two, sir, if you make submission, ensure that your comment, especially if you disagree with the decision of the board, that is embedded, it is in the minutes of the meeting. The minutes is what we speak when all of you are no longer there. So if the secretariat deliberately or in collusion with some other people take out what you have said, then it's your words against their own. It will not work. These two things are very profound. Please have them in mind. One. Number two, I have a question for Kole. And from a layman's perspective, the strength of Qatar and Saudi, the Gulf nations that are almost taking over from EU now, is gas. We have laid too much emphasis on oil and all the agenda. I understand the gas we have in Nigeria is endless. What are the opportunities there? And is it low-hanging fruit to look towards gas, like AJ said, that the allegation meet again, like 43 people can raise $43 million, where that will come from, we have to pray out it, we are praying nation. If that money comes, do we have low-hanging fruits in the gas sector as compared to the turbulent path of oil, that even this worse was better can be worse and more. So we need to understand that because as a layman, I understand gas is more sustainable, it's environmental friendly, and that is the future. Thank you. You didn't clap now.
We don't clap in court.
This is not God. You are the tax man. Don't take it as your friend. No, give you another. Give you another. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was a very powerful question. And maybe before, okay, perhaps, whatever I'm going to say, please, if you don't add, I mean, he has much more knowledge than I do in that space. Yeah, for the gas business, and you rightly said so. If you look at the results that Nigeria has in gas, it's about 200 TCF. That's a lot of gas reserves. It's the biggest in Africa. You know, it's the biggest and ninth in the whole world. So tremendous gas reserves that we have. It can supply energy for over hundreds of years. So quite large. So there's tremendous opportunity in gas. Now, if you look at what are the issues that have bedeviled the gas situation, and when your lady spoke so eloquently about the PIA, she touched on why the PIA came into being and etc. The gas business and the oil business, they go together. Yeah, so the quantity of gas that we flake, to be honest, it's not a lot in the scheme of things. Yeah, but the current government, as I said, and I don't want to get into any political discussion, but if you look at what we see today, the macro is changing, and it's informing a lot of investments in the gas business. You know, informing a lot. Total just took an FID or what they call their beta field. That's a significant field. Yesterday, I was personally in the meeting.
Shut down.
No, we did it. We were
And we're looking at we're looking at the development of a very strong gas field, you know, that will all make, in fact, put billions of dollars. I basically had to be in the office yesterday because I had people that came from London. I had to see to them, I had to look at how are we going to fund that, you know. So there's a lot of significant upcoming investment in the gas business because government recognize that gas, they need to invest in gas and make that environment very sustainable for people to invest. I don't want to get too much into details, but the point is there are issues that are causing issues with taking advantage of gas. Vandalization, we talked about. When I joined Shell, when you put 100 barrels of oil from the production field and you send it to the flow station and you send it to Bonny Gas Terminal, maybe perhaps when we join, we probably lose about maybe 5% or even first amount, one which is lost in the system before it gets to Bonny Terminal. That was taken as normal loss. I was recently, when at the peak of vandalization and all this, etc. Is on some of the lines, if you put in 100 barrels from the fields, at Bonny Terminal, how much do we get? You get 0.
Wow,
yes. So some of those barrels are stolen completely along the line. And sometimes you have to shut down those lines, you know, because they are all stolen. In fact, we're making joke and saying, when these guys, when they're on holiday, you actually feel it because you see improvement in the number of barrels that you see on the other end. It means that those guys taking it off, they are on holiday. You know, so all these things, you know, make it so difficult to actually get all the benefits that you have because the oil and the gas production, they go very well hand in hand. Their infrastructures are intertwined. We do have some wells that which we call the NAG, the non-associated gas, introduce are purely gas, etc. Even now, what we see, before there was no interference on gas line, we see interference and loss on gas lines now, which was different from what we used to have. But I think to your questions about low-hanging fruit, etc., there are a lot of low-hanging fruit. And even in NNNG, you guys can come together, you can try and bid for volumes of gas. There are a lot of gas that are sold domestically and distributed domestically. Part of some of the NNNG production are earmarked for domestic distribution. And there are opportunities. You can go into that. There are also opportunities in local gas distribution. So one of the companies I look after, which is Shell Nigerian Gas, is primarily involved in local distribution of gas. And there's also tremendous opportunities that people can tap in and get involved in that kind of business as well. So there are low-hanging opportunities in the gas business that as individuals we can actually get into and take advantage of. But the gas in Nigeria is also dealing with the same issues that we have in the oil, but not believe that it's very significant economic focus for it, and that's improving.
Thank you.
I don't know whether I can now respond to the question.
Yeah, let's hear what Adam will say first. Maybe you might late to your.
Sorry, good afternoon, everybody.
You came late.
I just arrived this morning.
Don't mind me.
Please talk.
I came late. Thank you.
I'm just thinking, I'm just thinking, and I don't know the answer. I'm just sitting down there thinking. You see, what I find is that perhaps one of the issues to look at is even the various laws and regulations around state industries. I look at that and there's the background of who we are, Bridge Club, try and bridge and create value from our networks and relationships, bring influence and change. And perhaps the reason why, people want to invest and make money if the rewards are right for them. And I find that, in my own small experience, not in oil and gas, in other sectors, oftentimes there are minor, ridiculous statutes or laws that in itself work against those investments coming in. So I'll give you an example. I knew a group who came to Nigeria, wanted to build a road with their own money, linking Abuja to the southwest and to Lagos. They spent 3 years. I went back. They didn't ask for money. Look at the experience that the developer operators had with the right of way, if you remember, to lay their fiber. You understand? So there are small things like this, which I think that it's nice if we, as Bridge Club, identify some of these very tricky, soft, pertinent issues that are, causing delays or causing hiccups for investment to come in. I don't know about the oil and gas sector, but from our knowledge, what we hear is that if you bust a gas pipeline, it's sabotage because you can't pack the gas, you pack it. So if you say a busted pipeline, maybe it's an issue. And I'm just reflecting that I know a company, I don't mention the name, and they had a strategy of evacuating their own product. And the way it was done is that they informed the community of that evacuation path. And they never had 1 day of downtime. Because as I say badges, they don't which is I'm sure. Badges are moving the crude. There was an incentive for the community, which of those badges passed that water every time, freely. Otherwise, the consequences, they don't benefit from it. So the point I'm making is that I would like us to maybe, as a club, identify certain key areas that we feel, there has so much potential. And say in our own view, it's what we feel. And then based on our own networks, try and trigger an influence. All of us come from the constituency. We have people in the Senate, we have people in the House, even educate them. Because today, honestly speaking today, I'm not sure our Senator, what to expect to him, has any clue what's happening in that sector. So if you even guide him and say, look, these are kind of things you can propose as a bill to make amendments to bring this kind of investment, it will help. The problem we have, and I spoke about leadership, honestly, that deficit is so pronounced in certain arms of government that are so critical to opening up our country for investment. I mean, you go to we must put down ourselves here. Go to the House of Reps. What kind of people are you seeing there? Or Senate? What are you seeing there? So you don't even know. So they want to do something, but they don't even know what to do. They need that guidance and support. So I'm just thinking to myself, if we live here, would it make sense for us to see, okay, fine, where are the deficits? It's okay, in power, in oil and gas. Are there things that are limiting this kind of investment? How can we help and bring that change and move from bad to better? Because these people don't have a clue. That's the truth. They don't have a clue. And this kind of thing I think we should be doing to create that influence. Because that's where I think the gap is. People want change. Every Nigerian will say, I want this to be better. But not many of us know what is required to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just take 2 comments.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's two.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me also congratulate my village man. Pardon?
Parako. He's getting too much benefit.
Yakogi? Yes,
Where's Ralph? Where's Ralph?
My question really is on the oil and gas. It has to do with
tax.
No, not tax. When you talk about the National Assembly and making laws that are friendly to the business and the industry, this is an area that I don't see the type of people we have in the National Assembly have. They may have the knowledge, but their focus is away from reasonable laws. I've been with them for the last 10 days trying to harmonize the tax bill between the between the Senate and the House. And when Transcorp for the night, they were not even concentrating on it. They were just looking for provisions that somebody will come and, can you switch off the light? I was even asking for the light to switch off. You need to see the horse trading that goes on in making Nigerian law. There's so many personal interests that is overriding so many things. You talk about the gas, and I was telling you that I think it is even more difficult to go into gas than to go into crude oil because of the investment that is required, whether it is associated gas or non-associated gas. And I think it's even more difficult for non-associated because it's quite expensive. Yes, going directly into. So if we are going to be having interest as members here, we should be looking at maybe the value chains, setting up all those pipelines and see whether we can. And again, I'm surprised that they're also vandalizing gas pipeline. How are they picking the gas?
Yeah, so which is
Thank you.
And the point I talked about getting the distribution, which is getting the into the downstream. Because like you rightly note there, upstream gas is quite expensive, but people are doing it. Because the upstream gas and the upstream oil, they are linked. That's where you have the NG being produced. And then when you go into a single well of NAG, if you want to do it, you feel that it's just gas. It's quite expensive, very, very expensive. But people still go into it with the damn financial capability, but also it's easier, it's not as much as actually expensive to go in distribution, You could, and Nigeria now are living in the estates. If you can find a way to deal with right of way, etc., even when you start piping gas into different large estates, VGC, quite a lot along that item. It's also a very big market to capture. And there's also trading. You can also go into the gas trading, etc. So there are opportunities in the downstream sector.
That's the thing.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So we take the last one.
30 seconds.
Yes, I'm just also.
No protocols, go straight.
Okay. React to that. Part of the major issues was asked is infrastructure, huge infrastructure deficit. Just as I think it's mentioned, the current government and the current leadership is also looking in that direction. For example, the MDGI, which is the midstream downstream gas infrastructure fund, is like trying to address that. But one key area I think they can also impact is to reinforce the funding to that MDGI. Because the truth is we have a lot of infrastructure deficits.
Let him listen.
So the truth, like I said, we have a lot of infrastructure
Please
deficits.
start. You made a very important point. Babs, I want you to hear this. Please, see what you have said again about it.
Okay, so I said, yeah, part of the issues with gas is we have a lot of infrastructure deficits. And the government, right, and then the leadership right now is looking in the right direction. The MDGI, which is the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund, right now I think they get a percentage of all petroleum product extracted. That's what goes into that fund. What I'm saying is we need to harness and get more funding into that MDGI so as to solve the infrastructure deficits in the gas space. Because I mean, with the reserve that we have, we shouldn't be flaring or have the power issues that we have. And so part of what we deal with this is the infrastructure for that.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Laga's response. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, it's all right. Thank you. I'll leave my response to the following areas. Number one, I think we all agree on the need for privatization of NNPC. Now, if we have to privatize, we should not advocate for the public offer to the majority of Nigerians for a start. And I will refer each of us to what is happening in the public sector today. NNPC is not yet a private sector organization, to the extent that 100% ownership is with government. Now, look at the private sector today. If you have any publicly quoted company that its group of investors own 20% or even 10%, and the other 90% is owned by millions or tens of millions of shareholders, that organization is firmly in the control of those that own just 10% and not those that own 90%. So we have to be very intentional about this change leadership that I'm advocating in NNPC. For that reason, we should not sell shares to the public, but sell the shares to institutional investors who will buy enough percentage and sit at the table so that government will not control. And that is also the reason why I advocated a maximum of 30% for government. Now, Kule made a valid point about government owning 49% in NNPC. The truth is that if government were not that involved, energy would have done better than the good job that we have seen of NLH. Because government has no business running businesses. And so long as there are significant owners, they will have a say. They will influence what goes on. There's nothing you can do about that. That is what ownership is. The other thing is, capital has no emotion. And we have, nearly everyone here, and I can see Fola, even before he moved to this other side, they know what to do with funds and where their funds go and what decisions should be made. If NNPC were not owned by government, would this still be a growing concern? The answer is no. If the refineries were not owned by government, they would not exist. Nobody will be paid salaries. But people are collecting salaries and allowances for organizations, for businesses that are not operating, not operating businesses. So we have to be deliberate about this if we are discussing change leadership. And that is why I'm encouraging our member to go and be a voice for that change leadership. And it doesn't have to be when laws are changed or we improve on the existing laws. It's already a company. Reduce government influence. Now, is there a reason why we should be concerned or be pessimistic? The answer is yes. But that will also not solve the problem. That will just be speaking to the problems instead of finding solutions. We are in a very difficult situation, no doubt, because every society stands or falls on its values. And in respect of this, my favorite quote is Ezekiel 14, verse 3 to 4. Where it's recorded that the people have made idols for themselves. And because of the idols they have made for themselves, they constantly fall into sin. And yet they go to a prophet and ask, what shall we do? And the answer that the Lord will give them, the answer is that they are idolatry themselves. Unless we choose to be different, things will not change. But the good thing is that right is right, even if no one is doing it. And wrong is wrong, even if everyone is doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And as the President has said, the conversation can continue on the Bridge platform, Bridge Club platform, so it doesn't end here. Thank you very much, Dr. Okoshi, Mr. Konde Adebisi, of course, Mr. Hakim, and then we're calling you Abu, Mr. Abuji Abubakar Jimo, and then Alaji Seju. Thank you very much, and you can take your seats. Thank you. Please, we can applaud them. We can applaud them very well. Thank you. So we'll go to the presentation of our
Taxman, just pity
Knock, knock.
Pity also.
Pay your time. Thank you very much.
The conversation continues on the platform, sir. The conversation continues on the platform, sir. And then we still have a third segment, so we can continue. But we need to move on very quickly, and this is one of the high points of this segment's, hosting, which is the recognition and presentation of awards to Dr. Babs Omotowa. I would like to invite the President, Mr. A.U. Mustafa, SAN. I'd like to invite, please clap for the President. We cannot hear you. Please, a big round of applause for the President. Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to invite Mr. Adam Duhu as well to the guest, please. And by no means least, Mr. Albert Folorunshaw, please come up. Yes, for your comments and your contributions, sir. Worthy of recognition. So this come up, sir. Yes, on presidential directive. Thank you, sirs.
Yes. So, Doctor, please, can you step forward?
Please, we should applaud Mr.
My entire man tested again. I'm glad I'll present, but Adam will do the introduction. Adam, you are my junior brother now. I won't pass you. We went to school together. You are a Jonathan boy. Your father is a professor. Okay, you are not talking again. Adam goes out of his way to attend our events. If he's out of the country, he will try and see. Again today, he came home this morning. Please let us appreciate him. Thank you for your working.
Thank you very much, I don't deceive myself with that. Again, this is the spirit of what the government represents. A lot is said, a lot of things happen, but beneath all that, serious people who genuinely want to bring change to communities. We feel highly honored they're part of us. We feel very, very honored that not only beyond even us, that we recognize as one of those that can bring change for their country. And this appointment, we believe, not only is it for us a blessing to us, but also this country. All who have demonstrated, undoubtedly, a very strong track record, not only of professional achievements, but also personal values, which you are impacting in other ways, which most of us are aware. It's our honor to get this award this afternoon. You can be sure that we are your brothers, we are behind you, you have us, have you in our prayers regularly. And no matter how crazy it might be, sometimes on the platform, and extreme we can be, we are serious people. And we pray that God continues to guide you. And we pray that you have the strength and the wisdom to move this country forward. Thank you very much for honoring us today. Thank you very much for accepting to lead our country for the next generations to come.
Well,
don't speak
when I saw the appointment, I tried to find out who the person is, and the first thing I saw was his contribution to academics. I called him and I said, so I thought you are just industry and but I can see that the school that is set up and bringing in professionals in terms of technical abilities for people who really want to be somebody in terms of not only in technical but also in other fields. I was really impressed, and I'm glad to be here from one village man to another village man. Congratulations again. Thank you.
So, Dr. Babs Omotowa, we actually congratulate you, all members of the Bridge Club, on your appointment as a non-executive director of NMPC Limited today, 31st May 2025, Saturday. Congratulations. Okuman, it's the other way. And
Chairman.
LC chairman, yes. And I pray, and as we invite the LC chairman, we congratulate him too for his well-deserved appointment. And I pray that this is the beginning of better and better things to come. So, congratulations. No, don't be afraid.
Grandpa.
Yes, so
on the sixth
on the
floor.
sixth floor. It's not the right time. So, yes. So, please remarks. Now,
We would definitely love to hear from you, sir.
thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Omotowa.
So I'm sure you've heard a lot. What I would say to you now, you need to give back.
And the president said, I want to
And you take them.
You don't care about it. This is
I think firstly, just tremendous appreciation for the event in the last few hours. I think firstly I thank the president who was the first one to build the idea of this event. I think on the very same day the announcement was made, he already suggested that we needed to do more. And I must say this is a huge value that Bridge Club brings. When the announcement was made, I would say 99% of people who reached out to me to congratulate me, it was next about jobs or contracts or one thing or the other. There were less than 1% who said, please, these are a few things you should try to do when you get there. And I think this is part of the challenge in Nigeria, that a vast majority of people actually sometimes question whether they really want Nigeria to be better, whether they just say it. But secondly, I think what they then said to me was also, this is, when people congratulated me, I really wonder whether should you be congratulating me, because this is a tough job. This is not a job for the weak. And I say that because it's not a job because of the intellectual solutions. We all know the intellectual solutions. There's nothing new that we don't know. The real challenge is how do you overcome the stakeholder issues? How do you overcome the vested interest issues? That is the big challenge. And so I think a lot of the appreciation also goes to every member who has made time to be here today, but also for the financial contributions to enable this event to be held. So I just wanted to personally thank everyone for your time, for your contributions, and also thank the panel members for all their wise counsel. I will say maybe about 3 or 4 things on those things, and then I think that will be it. But the one thing I also wanted to say, Chair, is that I think I will still Hajara from you.
Thank you.
This is such a great talent. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also took me. Look, you are taking tax notice. Tax what?
I think 4 things I will just say briefly around some of what has been said. I think one, there's been a lot of things said indeed about the principle. Of course, the ultimate principle of us is the Nigerian people. So we are very clear that the ultimate principle is. But of course, the president is the, at least the direct principle that we report to. And we did indeed, when I got the appointment, a few things came to mind. One, for him to have had the courage to appoint only technocrats against the tradition since 1971, where it had always been mostly politicians, I think says something about him. He really wants to get this right. If he didn't, he didn't need to appoint us. In fact, the appointment came on April 2nd. When I woke up, there was lots of call. I thought April Fool. It happened yesterday. They're just trying to make April Fool. But I think the fact that he made that courageous decision to appoint us, I think, says something about his intent to try and do the right thing. But also when I look at the mandate he gave to us, and they were very clear mandates: attract 60 billion before 2030, get production to 2 million barrels by 2027, 3 million barrels by 2030. Sort out the whole portfolio issues in NNPC and also get governance in place. He set the right mandate. And I think that in itself gives us at least a platform when we go back to him. And I think it was said correctly, at some point, once we come through with our priority areas, we have to go back to him. Firstly, our priority areas has to be, we're not going to solve everything. I think, I understand very clearly, we just have to prioritize. Because even if we solve 3 or 4 things, they will make a big difference. So I'd rather focus on that than focus on trying to solve world hunger. But I think once we have those priorities that we can see will make a difference, we have to go back to him. And I think it was said clearly earlier on, to say, are you supportive of this? Because if he's not supportive of it, there's no point in even trying. The vested interest will overtake everything. But if he's supportive of it, which I think I have more confidence that he will, then that is where the mandate really emanates from, to try to take on a lot of the challenges. And secondly, I think a lot of the solutions we're talking about, good enough, most of them are in the PIA. So I think, when it was said earlier around, get a framework, I will say at least the starting framework is a PIA. Imperfect as it is, it does have everything, most things we've talked about. It has the IPO ingrained in it. It talks about the process to get to IPO, which the corporation has started, the limited liability company has started. There's still work to do to make that true. And of course, the process to an IPO, most of you know better than me, requires a number of steps. And one of it, I think, Chief of Staff talked about it a little bit, which is that, sorry. So the point around an IPO, of course, you should get a clean house before you go to an IPO.
Yes.
And I think he's absolutely correct. From the little I've seen, you can't call NNPC a going concern. The liabilities are way beyond its current assets.
Wow.
But we will have to go through all that process, clean up the books, make sure we're in a position to be able to do it. But the PIA provides for it. I think that's the first thing. And the second thing I think it also provides well for is what I call the NLNG model, which many people have talked about. It provides clearly for independent joint venture companies, which gives us the framework again to progress and push a lot of things in that direction. If NLNG has proven to work very, very well, it will work also in the other areas. So I just wanted to assure you that, one, I think the president is well intended, his courage to appoint this board tells one thing. His mandate, I think, reinforces it. And when we do have what we see as a roadmap of priorities, we'll go back to it. But the PIA also gives us that framework to work. I think the last 2 things I will just mention, I think, both in terms of, I think people have talked a lot about things like the refinery, gas and all of that. I think, of course, those are priorities. I think the average man on the streets, really, when he thinks of the oil and gas sector, mostly he thinks about PMS. That's what he thinks about mostly. After PMS, then he thinks of power. Those are the 2 things that the average man on the street thinks of. And so it's clearly a high priority for the board to look at just how we sort out the refinery issues. We are fortunate, I would say, that Dangote refinery has come in and at least is providing a path to having enough produced locally for our users. We then have to sort out the refineries and other private refineries, such that we can be producing are refining 100% of our crude oil and not exporting crude oil anymore. I think that has to be, because the value add from that, we create jobs, we create value locally. And so for us, that will be one of those things we really look at. How do we refine 100% of our crude oil locally? How do we support the local private refineries to make sure that they do very well? So that is going to be a key priority. Gas, of course, is a key priority. I think we all spoken about that. Kole did talk about it. I think 200 TCF of gas. Anyone who understands the industry will tell you that 200 TCF was actually accidental find. We were looking for oil, we stumbled on gas. And the real estimate that even the International Energy Agency have said is we have at least 3 times more than that. We have over 600 TCF of gas. So there's a huge gas opportunity, not just for power. I think most times when people think about gas, they think about power or cooking gas in the home. Actually, when you look around this whole room, most of what you see is gas from petrochemicals, plastics, tables, chairs. Most of them you see are petrochemicals. Your glass cups, your clothes that you wear, and so when we think about value addition of gas, it's how do we build more petrochemical plants, just as the Qataris have done. If you go to Ras Laffan and you see what they've done with petrochemicals, you'll be amazed. And we have the resources to be able to do that. So, I have taken, in fact, I took so much copious notes around all the thoughts and ideas, but I just wanted to be clear. Our challenge is not one of thoughts and ideas. It's all there. Our real challenge is how do we translate those stakeholder challenges, stakeholder issues, vested interests, how do we work to overcome them? And that's why I think your prayer, your support, your counsel continues to be very, very useful. But I would say, we're going optimistic. The day I don't have any optimism anymore, I think, it will be clear. The day I don't think we can do anything, make a difference, then I will ask myself, what am I doing in the world? But I also promise, as I said, I think when the president suggested this, that I will also come back after a year and say, these were all some of the things we discussed on May 31st. These are where we are on the journey. These are what we are working forward towards, such that I continue to still get more inputs, more advice, but more importantly, more of your prayers. Thank you very much.
There's a standing ovation for him. Well deserved. Please, let's let the applause for thank you. Congratulations. Yes, there's lunch already.
So lunch is now 30 minutes. Now, now was going to take our lead now. We as gentlemen, members of the Bridge Club, give her our flowers by giving her a round of applause.
I'm not a whisper. I think you can your seat. I think you can go.
30 minutes by the session after a sumptuous lunch. Did we enjoy our lunch?
Who's in sorrow?
Are you going to give us our
Did we enjoy the lunch? Let's sit down so that we can start the final lap of this event. Dayo, I thought you said you were leaving.
So please, Obaba,
Okay.
our next ceremony is when Yawokekere will come. Abi, Yawokekere.
Ladies and
Obaba, there
gentlemen,
now, kill the problem,
I have the honor to invite Hajara from E-Tech to speak to us for 2 minutes, one of our sponsors. Let's appreciate Hajara as she comes forward to speak to us for 2 minutes.
Doctor, we are starting. Yeah, director, president.
2 minutes, E-Tech.
President.
Good afternoon once again, everybody. I addressed you guys as.
Not guys.
Sorry, sir.
I'm a grandfather now.
Sorry, sir. I addressed the grandpas and the gentlemen.
Most of us are not grandpas. Most of us are not grandpas.
President, Gen Z, everybody is
I don't think that will that does not work in the house. Then she would have been the guys. My daughter.
So, I've addressed you, daddies, grandpas, gentlemen, the house previously. So, as the councillor from AD Mustafa, permit me to address you now as the board secretary of E-Tech Complete Solutions Limited. So, at E-Tech, we are an IT-driven company, and our next project is actually an executive training at NUS, which is the National University of Singapore's Business School. So we are in partnership with the Business School of National University of Singapore, and we have curated an executive training exclusive to gentlemen such as yourselves. Our target audience is the MDs, CEOs, and business owners. The executive training aims to provide a networking opportunity, but more importantly, refine our leadership skills. We all know that to improve and promote our organization, basically to survive and thrive in this global economy, there is always need to innovate, to adapt to the changes in the economy. So what we as E-Tech have done in partnership with the National University of Singapore is to organize an exclusive training where business leaders can come together to discuss about how to move their organizations, but more importantly, the economy of our country, how to move it further. So, why we chose the National University of Singapore specifically is that any serious-minded leader will know that Singapore moved from a third world to a first world economy within a generation. Now, I think we all agree that that is a remarkable thing, and I think that is what Nigeria as a country is also trying to do now. So, in choosing Singapore, our goal is to learn from their practices, their choices, learn how their governance policies, the administration, how did they do it, and how can that be implemented, how can that be replicated in our respective organizations, how that can be reflected in our country, so that we can move forward and be a global economy as well, move from the third world to the first world economy as well. So permit me to use this opportunity to invite you all to this training. We're available at E-Tech for any further information you might need. I believe some of the members here, I'm not a member, some of the members here have received our invitation, the proposals detailing the program itself. So if anybody has any further questions, please, we're available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Tax.
Questions for Hajara?
But the tax no.
So Hajara, that is an affirmation of the content of the presentation.
Yes.
Will attend 100%. Okay. Well, we are the home run, which is the final line of our session today. Without much ado, we've actually applied all kinds of superfluous adjectives to describe it earlier, so I don't need to do a rehash of those adjectives. I have the honor to invite to come and make his presentation on resurgent protectionism, global trade under Trump, and implications for Nigeria. Eged, our teacher, our lecturer, a supporter of thought. Should I even mention anyone? One club and one side of London and President Salami. Let's give him a round of
Right. A very good afternoon to you. After lunch is always a very bad time to have to speak. I'm going to have to make it quick and hopefully interesting. I also suspect that today is my last day of membership of this August club. I suspect that by the end of today, so what I've been asked to speak about is the resurgent protection. Of course, there was a debate around this title, and I was like, okay, I didn't choose the title, I'm just working with it as it's given to me. Sorry, do I have a...
You're blocking us for MC. Yes, MC. Change your sitting arrangement.
You sit my leave before you tell him to go.
You're this.
I will give it, yeah. So everybody has a copy. But let me put a background on, just so that you understand the point about the implications for Nigeria. And the first thing is, my own view of the world, or my own view of the Nigerian economy, is that that global conditions are a very important element in the direction, in determining the direction that the economy in Nigeria goes. And for me, there are four major pieces. There is policy, which is where some of this sits. In the past, we honestly only used to worry about two policies globally. We worried about monetary policy and we worried about fiscal policy. Now, we've all suddenly been woken up very rudely to an understanding that trade policy is now probably going to be just as important over the next however many years. And please understand me, I am not limiting the period of importance to Trump. Because what Trump has now done is to awaken a realization about the importance of trade. And so who is going to be the next person to use trade policy, we will have to wait and see. But the key point now is countries are now keenly aware of the role that trade policy plays. Before I move away from that, one of the things that I've been arguing lately, well, actually for about 4 or 5 years now, but more strongly, is that the Continental Free Trade Agreement for Africa is probably one of Africa's biggest opportunities if she doesn't miss it. And what does that speak to? It's really fundamentally about how we trade and how we do a couple of things, but we can come back to that. So that's important. Now, so policy is very important. Trade, of course, this is where in the past we used to pay attention for Nigeria. And we only actually paid attention to trade for Nigeria because of oil. It wasn't because of anything else. It wasn't because of trade policy. No, it was simply Nigeria is an oil exporter. And therefore, whatever happened to oil was very important to us. And so, a source of concern. Of course, capital flows have always been important, especially as Nigeria has liberalized and become more and more embedded in global financial systems. Indeed, I remember arguing to this administration at one point that if you want money, you can't afford to be afraid of anti-money laundering. Because when you look at some of the other countries, the Swiss, more lately, Dubai, if you get your money to them, that's all. How you get it to them is your problem. That Nigeria has to begin to build that understanding of a global culture that is centric on enlightened self-interest. But you've got to be clear what your self-interest is and how you're going to achieve. And then, of course, the diaspora transfers are always important. Now we see more of it than in the past. So, this is the underlying framework that I start, and therefore the relevance of trade, either in terms of trade policy or in terms of actual trade. Now, the next piece that I'm looking for, forgive me, I'll come back to the structure of the American economy because it has a very important piece. Those who speak to Trump or what he has done, this is how global tariffs had been moving before Trump. In other words, as tariff fell, it speaks to a more open trade arrangement. Lower tariffs, lower costs, more open trade. And so this is where we kind of started. Forgive me, it's a little dated, but it's what, it's 2022 is our last observation, so it's about 2 years out of date, but sorry. Now see what has happened on the back of Trump. Just look, this is the US's effective tariff rate across a series of countries. But the one that I think is most important is the world. That no matter how you talk about it, Liberation Day, as it's been termed, has raised global US's effective tariff, not just nominal tariff, the US's effective tariff. And by the way, this is notwithstanding the pullback on China, because what you see here is China at about 35. So this is not even on the back of China at about 150. And the US and China reciprocate, no sorry, the China is about 135 and the US reciprocate, sorry, it was US levy 135, China levy 150. Okay, so we are talking of the current situation where there's been a pullback, there's been a negotiated position, but you can see what it has done. That global tariffs are now significantly, between the US and the rest of the world, are now significantly higher, despite the negotiations. So that's the first piece that I think is important to understand. I'm going to come back to look at the justification. But before I look at the justification, this is for me the most important piece. There's a global uncertainty index, and you don't need to be a genius. Yes, uncertainty oscillating all over the place. This is not unusual. But the key point to note is that since liberation, by the way, because I see that senior advocates are scribbling furiously. May I suggest that this data is not mine?
Necessary caveat, not necessarily
There's a world uncertainty index that's been computed for a long time. It's a whole time. But the key point that I draw your attention to, ladies and gentlemen, is simply here that you can see the spike. In other words, on the back of this, the world's economy has become uncertain. And the big question that I dare say may not be answered probably for a minimum of 2 years
is so what? The world's economy has become more uncertain, so what? But I dare say a couple of things we already know. Unfortunately, Liberation Day, April 2nd, it's too close for us to see data that supports some of what I'm about to say. The first thing is this. When uncertainty rises, capital flies. Capital flies. When uncertainty rises, there is a flight to safety. And believe me, Nigeria experienced it. A significant flight to safety. Indeed, that Trump's policy is just another source of uncertainty. In November last year, when the elections were taking place, and as is always the case anywhere there is uncertainty, there was capital flight even from the United States. And so, the challenge that countries like ours face is the challenge of what does this uncertainty bring with it? The first thing it brings with it is that international capital, indeed domestic capital, leaves. Domestic capital leaves simply because everybody is unsure, and unless you have a system that is already rooted in international acceptance, then people will typically tend to behave and go and look for places that are safer and then to sit out this brewing storm. And that for me is probably the biggest challenge that countries like ours here face. Now let me go back. When Trump was asked, why? Some of us who are economists said he had no theory behind what he did. And the truth is, listening to him, we really had no theory of why it was, except one. A belief that a trade deficit is an indication inherently of unfairness to the United States. Let me repeat that. Trump had a belief, strongly held, erroneous I would argue, that a trade deficit is an indication of inherently unfair trade. Now, as an economist, okay, if you can prove it, no problem. In other words, maybe that indeed, Nigeria, the reason we got 14%, everybody got 10% baseline. Then everyone, depending on who you are, indeed there was a very funny piece about an island of pigeons also getting additional tariff, and nobody could figure out what exactly the pigeons had done to the United States. But the point is, Nigeria got 4% on top of hers for one reason. There are 24 items that you can't import into Nigeria. That was the American house against Nigeria. American trade was being disrupted by our unwillingness to allow the import of some of these items. Now, you will remember that many years ago, there were 43 items that were banned. Actually, they weren't banned from being imported, but they were banned from being funded by the central bank's foreign exchange union. So I think there's still, I thought we had done away with all of them, but it would appear that there are still 24 items. And that was the basis of America's grouse with Nigeria, and they imposing 4% additional on the baseline that everybody voted. Now let me go back, because I said to you earlier, that there are some pieces I'm going to come back to. Let me go back.
Hello, baby. Báwo ni? How was your night?
Please, for me, was something that I think the American president didn't understand. Especially here.
Yeah.
We've got manufacturing, financial services, technology. What do they contribute to the economy of the United States? If you're arguing that
Yeah.
Trade deficit is inherently
Báwo lára rẹ̀, báwo ni temperature rẹ̀ sórí
able to sustain and
subside?
manage that. So yes,
Breath rẹ̀
contrary
ńkọ́?
of this, because what are we seeing here? Manufacturing, because that's the
So they
graph
still have
that we're
something
trying
through his nose.
that manufacturing as a proportion of
Eh?
the US economy is
When
actually
he passed the
dropping.
finish, when he passed the
In
Kashimwe,
other words, I would argue, I haven't had enough time to really dig deep into the structural equations and all of that. But what this is suggesting, and it's not conclusive, but what this is suggesting is that the Americans have for a long time, because look, this data is 20 years old. We started from 2005 and ended at 2020.
Sorry?
And consistently over the last 20 years, the contribution of manufacturing to the American economy has continued.
Hello, Abakar.
Starting at maybe around 13%, we are currently now at about 9%.
Sorry,
So if your share of manufacturing is going down, now the key points are two. Point number one, it doesn't mean the manufacturing sector is itself not expanding by the way. It simply means that other sectors may be expanding faster. And in typical, on my own understanding of economics, is you will tend to see a movement of resources from sectors that are declining relatively to sectors that are improving relatively. So that's the first fundamental point. The second key point that you should please pay attention to is as you look at, we've divided now sector growth rate, we've divided the economy into three pieces: the primary sector, the tertiary sector, and the secondary sector. Primary sectors are natural resources, agriculture, mining, pretty much. Secondary sectors are your processing sectors, manufacturing, construction, utilities, electricity, and the like, and then you've got your service sectors. And what we are seeing is that over the years, the American economy has actually not maintained a steady growth rate across any of them. Because you will see the oscillations, in some cases, in the primary sectors, very wild. In the secondary sectors, almost just as wild. Not quite, but almost just. So the point I'm simply trying to say is that the evolution of the American economy has actually, in my view, tended to be away from manufacturing and in the direction of services. And one of the things that the Americans haven't figured, or at least President Trump doesn't seem to have figured, is that what they have been losing on the manufacturing side, they have been gaining on the services side. Tourism, education, health. Now, and this is where sometimes I argue that political leaders need those who are around, not just to be people who pander to their own instincts, but who have a clear understanding of some of these issues. So my sense is, at the end of the day, the Americans are going to lose out big time. So now they've taken on the universities, and what are we going to see? Very simple. We're going to see students moving away gradually from the United States. That's just to be expected. And you know what is also ironic? My mind goes back to the 1980s when I was a student in the United Kingdom. And I remember then that the students that I went to school from the East, not much China, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, India, Pakistan,
Bangladesh.
Yes, Bangladesh. Thank you. You saw all these kids. And you know what has happened? Today, those kids that I went to school with are the global leaders of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and medicine. Just go look anywhere. Just look at the names of those who are leaders of STEM, and they are all the American citizens. They are of non-American, Asian origins. And for me, and this is a bit of a digression, this is actually in part where Nigeria is more serious. Because I keep saying, and I'm sure some of you have heard this.
And that's the response.
the economy in Nigeria was bigger than
Also, ìbára rẹ̀ react sí nǹkan tó ń dùn náà ni.
In 1990, the income per head, when there was discounting
Ó normal,
population,
ó normal.
in Nigeria was about $560.
It's normal.
About 300. Today, China is north
Eh.
of 12,000.
No,
Nigeria
normal,
is
it's normal
struggling
now.
to stay at 2,000. I know you have seen
Anything
videos that
is
suggest
good for
Nigeria
that,
is
just tell the
800.
doctor.
I'm willing to take it that Nigeria is 800. By the time the rebased GDP numbers come to play, Nigeria will be I am absolutely no doubt. But the key point I'm simply making is that when you look at the way the American economy has progressed, the way it has progressed, it leaves it vulnerable to trade deficits outside of services. I hope you all understand. Trade deficits outside of services. This is kind of the first piece.
It's well with you.
So,
it's well with you, but
protectionism I have shown because
will be permanently here. You will fight and overcome it again, inshallah.
What has it caused?
This time around, it will be permanently in your life. It will never come back again, inshallah. Not come back again. You will fight, you will win, and you will survive by the grace of God.
What capitalism is supposed to be about.
Oh, well, I am who are the Medina. Now
they've decided we're not doing it again.
In a permanent way,
We are
inshallah.
moving away. Question then becomes, so what for Nigeria?
I know, when are you coming here?
The irony is that there is a set of data I haven't included in this presentation simply because what I was asked to speak to is not here.
Yeah, but let's go to
The impact of America's change of tack
okay.
outside Nigeria's
Ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn pa ẹran wa. Níṣẹ́ tí màá fi lọ rà ní Jordan Village, mo ní ìpín lọ rà ń bẹ̀. Okay, ẹni tó bá mi because àlè ẹnlé náà àwọn ọ̀la máa jẹ́ pé tí ẹni tó bá mi ṣẹran the other time yẹn Tọ́pẹ́ màá ní kó lọ rà á, kó pa á, kó ṣe kó dé ẹ̀ kó wá pín sí méjì, kó pín sí ọ̀nà mẹ́ta, á kọ́ gbé ìdájọ́ ọ́fíìsì, á gbé ìdajì dákan, á fún Ṣọlá, ìdajì kejì, á gbé wá fáwọn náà. Màá kó dín, adé kó ṣe rice ló wọ́n máa ṣe plate of rice náà. Bí $50, bí $50 rice ńláńlá yẹn. Bí $50. Tó máa wà ní tree. $120. Okay, you want to go to the tree? No, go to the tree. No, better what you call it, I mean, as a tree méjì, àbí? As a tree méjì. Adé ṣe salad. Jollof rice. Adé ṣe salad kan sí, àbí? Àbí kò ní kó sí salad. Salad exactly. Plate méjì àbí? Ṣé méjì? Kó dín dòdò náà sí, okay. Jẹ́ kí n pè é ní ìsìnlẹ̀. So,
my own sovereignty, because don't forget, securities are two levels. There is law and order, which is internal, but there is sovereign security around your borders. And so, the Canadians, the Europeans, everybody is now being challenged by the Americans to go and look for more money to put into defense. And so, everybody is cutting back, and that cutting back is cutting back versus assistance, and therefore we are, those of us who are dependent on it,
yeah, hello, Dr.
Now, let me.
About the council, the council, oh, it's in the US. Yeah, it was in the US.
Let me come back to my.
Wow.
There are a couple of things that we are all worried about.
Oh, cool.
So, this is for Nigeria a problem.
So, can travel near
the commodity index. We are a commodity exporter.
But the government saying. And
the impact of tariffs. But the challenge to global demand and supply chains is seeing commodity prices go down. And that is going to be one of the biggest challenges that Nigeria faces.
Okay, so take care. And also for the
If
life.
you recall, Nigeria's 2025 budget, as I told you earlier in the year, is predicated on the oil sector. Two assumptions, neither of which looks likely to be realized. Assumption number one is that we're going to produce 2.12 million barrels of crude oil a day on average for a year, and that we're going to get an average of $75 per barrel on average for that. Ain't happening on either side. As of the beginning of May, the futures markets for oil, and I only ever look at futures markets, simple reason, real money has been bet on those prices. And so people have invested in research and to understand the market. The average price begins to look in the range of $62 to $65. $62 to $65. In other words, best case scenario now, right now, look like it.
Hello, Mike. Bauni, how are you?
The best estimate is that
oh, yeah, the family. Okay, yeah. Okay, please. That lady that did food for us during the last African Day, where is she? Where does she live? Okay, okay. I wanted to see whether I can make food for eat for me.
And the best estimate I have seen
Do you have a contact number?
So you know already. This is not yet about government policy or anything.
What?
This is
okay, send her name and
into the oil sector.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Oil sector. So any which way it cuts.
Yeah, we thank God we are fine. How do you?
And
love you.
is going to be affected, and once that happens,
okay, yes, thank
all
you.
my money-making friends here know the rest of the story. The first piece of the story is what happens to government revenue. I was saying to a friend recently that, Nigeria has to build scenarios that you could get a 15% to 20%. Worst case, you may have to budget on a 50% reduction in government revenues. I'm not saying it's going to be that bad. I'm merely saying that we are now at a point where we need scenarios. And so, no matter what we see, the fact remains that we have seen this. Because look, you don't need to be a genius. We have seen from about August last year, prices have been declining, and it's been going down. In fact, the steep nature of the decline is what is now worrying. It looks to be about to rebound, and I suspect that now that the Chinese and the Americans have done a deal, it may, but there is still don't forget, but Trump's first assault on Nigeria's sensibilities was on Operation Day. All of you remember that famous statement, drill, baby, drill. Oh, what was that signal? Shale oil.
Wow, the office,
Shale oil production. And they have gone ahead, reduced environmental regulatory constraints and all of that. So what you're seeing is
but even the 500,000, even the 500 naira.
A demand side that is at best flat on the back of uncertainty. And so this for me, and you know, we don't need to be
Rashid. Yeah, no, okay.
Later, the government is going to feel it. As I said, flight to safety, oil revenue falls, foreign exchange could be affected. That's what I said. Could be affected. And by the way, we have already seen that. If you look at the FX numbers, it was around the day time that we moved across 1600 again. And stayed that for essentially central banks decided that it wasn't going to burn its reserves defending the currency as it still maintained. Its role seems to be now to maintain a steady, stable and orderly transition, whatever the nature of the choice. So this for me is very important. Second piece that is very important as far as Nigeria is concerned.
Offer.
Second piece that is that we,
Eh?
numbers haven't come out, but that we are expecting to see any which way is inflation. Because as tariffs go up, inflation costs go up. As costs go up,
gbé mi
inflation goes
Fàlàdí
up.
mi.
In other
Bẹ́ẹ̀
words,
ni, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
our own terms of trade
Lórí tó
as a
kántà mi
country
bẹ́ẹ̀.
are going to be shocked on both sides.
Ojú mi bí ẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni,
They
exactly,
will be
ẹ̀ rántí ẹ̀
shocked on the export side
Family
because
kan náà
oil
ni wọ́n.
prices have gone down and our non-oil exports,
Okay,
especially
sorry.
those going to the United States, which I think is about 10%, will be shocked adversely. On the import side, we will pick up the shock of higher inflation as manufactured goods and all the rest of them go up. So we are expecting to see some interesting numbers in the immediate aftermath. So for me, any which way, it really does have implications for Nigeria. Now I'm not going to worry you too much about this. Okay, now you can see oil prices. Because now, this is the futures price that I spoke about earlier. And you can see just how sharp that has moved now. Now, in terms of Nigeria's economy, I think I've already spoken about a couple of things, but there's something that I'm trying to see. I think the big question is going to be how quickly can the economy move? We haven't seen Q1 numbers for 2025, so we really can't speak about that. And anyway, Q1 would have been ended in March 2025. But the key point, and I think I've already drawn your attention to this before, is that when you look at the contributors to growth, let me see if I can find oil and gas. Oh man, so oil refining is down there. I'm trying to find. Forgive me, I should have starred it. Sorry?
Petroleum and natural gas.
Yeah.
First one.
Okay, now, in 2023, it was negative. In 2024, it's recovered. And the question now is going to be, what's going to happen in 2023? Because in 2024, we saw a recovery on the quantity side and also on the price. What we don't now know is what's going to happen on that sector as far as this economy. So as far as I'm concerned, just so that I can open up the conversation, that there are a whole series of impacts. There's an impact that I would like to give you also to consider. I've mentioned inflation, that imported inflation. It's already a problem that we are having to think carefully about as a country. Today, yields, investment yields, are below inflation rates, and they have been for quite a while. The big question that honestly raises is that when your investment yields are below your inflation rate, the function of the currency as a store of value disappears. And the question is going to be, was imported inflation worsen our challenge? And what does the government do in response? Because if inflation becomes a problem, then it already is a problem. But if it worsens as a problem, then the challenge around interest rates becomes an interesting one. Simply because what we need is, okay, raise interest rates to curb the demand side. But guess what we need? We need to raise the supply side. Nigeria's challenge, I've argued for a long time, is a challenge of productivity. If we are able to produce more, I've been playing recently in cassava. Nigeria's production per hectare is around 6-7 tons. Thailand is 21 tons. So imagine if Nigeria were to move from 6-7 tons, say to 12, supply rises. That's why my fundamental argument is that the young donor hasn't done us any favors. And indeed, government's challenge, all of it, has got to be how the government's challenge in all of this has actually the government's challenge is actually a very clear one. For me, it's a very clear one. How do we raise productivity? Because it is only on the back of significantly higher productivity that Nigeria can solve three basic pain problems. Number one, food security. Number two, energy security. And number three, infrastructure adequacy. I'm sure all of you, many of you may have seen the revised infrastructure master plan that somehow showed up last week. That master plan says in 23 years, Nigeria has got to spend $2.3 trillion to bring infrastructure to a place where we are competitive, which is $100 billion every year. The government revenues are cutting it, then private money has got to come to its rescue. But guess what? The Nigerian elite has sponsored a conversation that is very self-defeating. You don't want to pay tolls. You don't want the government to go. Sorry? Don't pay tax. So, miracle working seems to be a requirement.
Hello.
I'm not sure what that
Okay.
is.
Hello, everybody.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me summarize.
Yeah. Okay. So, our name.
Donald K.
Yeah.
said America will go back. To do that, we must correct our trade deficit. To do that, we must assume that people are treating us unfairly.
Náwó òlu ni. Okay. Ta ló wá bẹ́ẹ̀? Ta ló wá sí? Máwo ló? Máwo.
Effective rate of tariff to the rest of the world has not been even though, as I said, pull back China. I don't understand. It has served the political
Wow. That's good. Oh, kí ló máa lọ sàdá? Ó dàbẹ̀ jọ wá padà lọ. Ẹ gbé mọ́tò lọ. Náà ló ń jẹ́ òkè ìgbé àìsàn tó wá tó rí lórí machine. Bí a kò dá. So nígbà tí wọ́n padà lọ. Okay, wọ́n dákọ̀ mi.
biggest opportunity
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Nigeria and Deep Africa has is the So I'm sure at this point, has already reserved the right of the blind. I do say thank you very much for that.
Certainly, without a doubt, Prof has given us the background as to the fireworks we expect to emerge after this. We have the pro-Trump and the anti or anti, if you're American or English, anti-Trump proponents. So I'll throw the floor open. First, reactions to Prof's presentation, then subsequently the debate on protectionism, if it's best for Nigeria or only best for the United States. And by presidential prerogative, Mr. President has asked that he will speak the last, so that he can bully guys that have spoken before him.
That is unfair. It's unfair. It's always doing that.
The one is unfair.
The one is unfair to me too. There is justice in injustice. There is
We are
no
waiting for what he has to
There's
say.
a reason why
What he has
president-
to say concerning what Prof just told us.
There's a reason why persons are called
Can we
presidents.
have an opening
So-
reaction from the president? Okay, we can have an opening reaction from him.
We are welcoming comment before I talk. Emmanuel.
No comment, no comment. President.
This is the president. Emmanuel, you speak. Emmanuel, speak now. Give the microphone to him. I'll come to talk now. Okay. Emma, are you ready? Yes.
Comment from
Thank you so much, the chairman, for this opportunity. Thank you, Professor Salami, for the insightful presentation. You have covered all the aspects of what we were hoping to hear from you, as always. I would want to contribute by saying that it's an opportunity with what is happening for especially the monetary authorities to wake up to the challenges that has been created. Just like you mentioned, when the CBN or Apex Bank Governor makes his normal MPC presentations, we hear challenges of monetary and fiscal authorities. Now we have a third dimension, which is global trade challenges. So thank you so much for those insights, both.
Let's appreciate Mr. Albert, the tax Caesar.
Okay. I think it was very important that we had this discussion, and the profound contribution by Prof on the impact of this global disruption, okay? And the evolving role of every party, both economists, accountants, and lawyers, as displayed, cannot be overemphasized, and we believe that all arguments now have been rested.
Speak for yourself.
We believe that the president will speak after everyone to support this position. There's no need arguing when you cannot analyze those figures and graphs presented by the erudite speaker. I want to raise my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Albert Collection. He's one of the agents the federal government depends on to unravel tax matters in this country. Fola, I used to meet you, my friend, Group CEO of QAC. Fola, you have the phone.
Thank you. Prof, thank you very much. Very excited. I have comments and questions. Comment is, one is I spend a fair amount of time in DC, so I'm in the heart of the debate. And the question that people ask is, Trump is a second-term president who is almost 80. Will all this be reversed when he goes? And if you look at the first two charts you showed global tariffs going down and American manufacturing share. Republicans argue that the two are correlated. So the same information, they argue that we have seen this shrink because of decades of liberal trade policy. And if, it's a big if, that number starts ticking back up, Democrats will be very hard pressed to reverse. The second is, and I'm not sure my economics isn't strong enough. Tariffs are a tax, they are revenue to the government. America has an unsustainable fiscal position. The Republicans have also gambled that they can close their fiscal position by raising taxes for Americans, cutting spending, or taxing the rest of the world. And they gambled that they will tax the rest of the world. So I'm just sharing that this is I agree with you, a very serious challenge. On the questions, one is, and I guess this is my conviction, that Nigeria was in such a bad place, I love your point about productivity, that is it reasonable to expect that with better management, our productivity uplift will more than offset external shocks? That's one. And second is, again, with better management, at what point should we start wildly panicking about the currency? The because these guys have done a decent job. It's going from 75 to 65. At what point do you become very, very well?
Okay, can I?
Respond.
Eh?
Question.
No,
It's a question.
I don't come for it. Let me talk. I'm from English.
No, you said you will speak last. Wait to speak
No, there's no debate.
You also ask questions.
Yes, I'll ask questions. There's no debate. Debate, Kerry. Who am I? You have anything to say?
When the president and his chief of staff are no guy.
These are the side effects. You don't need anything. You don't need anything.
So, the first piece around those two crowds, what needed, or what I would actually now try, I just unfortunately didn't have enough time, is to establish whether it's a causal relationship and what direction of causality is. Because the moment you're able to do that, then you can settle that particular argument about whether it is or it isn't. And you see, for me, the fundamental thing is America has lost competitiveness over a long period of time. And to that extent is why she has found her manufacturing capacities undermined. It's only when you have visited China and seen what they have done, are doing. If anybody told you that, global tech will actually be driven by the Chinese, you would probably say, but that's not where we are. Don't forget, the Americans had, I would say, their century. Now, I think it's an Asian century that we are already in. And so sorry, there was a second comment you raised.
About the fiscal incentive to
yes.
the US.
Now, that's going to be a real problem. I haven't actually reflected on that, but it's a very interesting position to have to think about, because essentially what you're saying is they've got a huge deficit. They've got to trim the deficit. They are not, they would like to give tax cuts to the top echelons of their society. They would like to cut some of their spending, but they would like most of all to raise large revenues from trade taxes. Now, I will try and take a look before I send this deck back at what the contribution from trade taxes to the US fiscus is like. Because that's what, and then it's two things, what the contribution is, and the second thing is what the elasticity is. Because it'd be interesting to see how elastic are tariffs, is revenue to tariffs. So even though I will do that. My own sense is they are gambling, in a very wild direction. It ain't gonna happen. But I don't have the figures, so I'm not going to make that argument. Now, when you then come to Nigeria and you say, at what point, so two questions. If we were more productive, yeah, there is absolutely no doubt about it.
Is it a reasonable expectation? Given all we're seeing?
Yes, indeed. One of my own arguments today is that if Nigeria more aggressively managed her balance sheet, the revenue from a more aggressively managed balance sheet would reduce Nigeria's dependence on debt. Because the first thing is you actually need to have the balance sheet. In other words, consolidate your balance. Today you have MOFI, you have MOPI, you have MOPET. All of these, in my view, need to come together as a national balance. Or actually, there are going to be balance sheets at three levels. There's a federation balance sheet, there's a federal balance sheet, and then there are subnational balance sheets. And my view of the world is that you manage those by, first of all, create those balance sheets so you can see them, you know what's in them, you know which piece is delivering, which piece is not delivering. Then you can meaningfully manage those balance sheets aggressively. Again, thinking about the sector for which I honorary today comes, how do I move for see no reason what Nigeria is doing with joint ventures. They should just sell all of every single one and keep one share. One. And if I learned nothing in the UK as a student, I learned about golden shares, where you kept one share for the government, which enabled it to intervene. Thank you. Intervene when matters of security and national interest purposes come to. Because if you do that, you see, this is where again your point, or to your point about better management. We waited until oil prices had dropped, and the attractiveness of the asset has diminished. Imagine if we had done this a couple of years ago. You can imagine just how much better off we would have been in terms of that. So I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that, yeah, if we are able to do these things more meaningfully and execute with intent and in a timely manner, then we actually give ourselves a much better chance. And I have absolutely no disputation of the fact that our productivity needs to rise sharply. Look, we have not, the Chinese haven't done anything we haven't done, which is ironic. But look, the Chinese are implementing their 17th national plan. We have been writing national plans since 1960. But the question we never ask ourselves is, when our national plans don't deliver, who is accountable therefore? We just go and write another one. As it is today, the 2021 to 2025 plan expires in December. Now, I haven't seen its successor, although there is a perspective plan that goes either to 2050. Now, ordinarily, you should have a new plan now that is the basis for the 2026 budget, because we're already in June. The budget call is going to go out anytime soon. And so, what's the plan that enables that? And so, for me, that really is at the heart of Nigeria's problem. We need to get things together. We cannot say, again, I used cassava. I did this of 4 crops: cowpeas, cassava, rice, and I think cassava. And across all 4, we are so badly out of kilter in terms of our productivity. And if we're going to be productive, we're going to kill crops. If we're not going to, look, many of you who run industrial companies in particular know that the importance of feedstock. If you say, it's when you don't understand weight. If you go somewhere and say, they have plenty cassava here. We put a 10-ton per day machine to process it. After 2 days, you are done. And so for me, that challenge around a better understanding of the dynamics of a modern economy, a better capacity for implementation. We talk, but implementation for me is really where we need to improve up our game big time, so that you can then get jobs and solve those things around food security, energy security, and infrastructure adequacy. And then to your point about exchanges, my view is very simple. The Nigerian elite needs to have a conversation with itself and ask itself, what is the purpose of economic management? We have, for a long time, come to believe, in my book, and this is a personal opinion, in my book, that Nigeria needs a strong currency. The point should be, currency management should be about using it to enable a globally competitive and productive economy. That should be the objective, not that it is strong. When we had oil money mass and we knew not what to do with it, and our problem was not money but how to spend it, okay, but now our problem has become money. How to make it, how to earn it. And so if that is now our problem, you strengthen your currency, and I'm sure you all know this. You import 2 things you do. You strengthen your currency, you suck in imports, because imports become cheap. You strengthen your currency, you undermine your domestic producers. Whereas, you make your currency competitive, and it might actually just enable your domestic producers to remain competitive in their own market, and also create a competitive force at the very least, sub-regional level, continental level, and potentially at a global level. But for as long as Nigerians take the view, and most of us are responsible for this, that we need a strong currency. For me, for as long as that is the case, then we will not agree on what should be the management principles for the currency, and therefore the uncertainty about the currency management now becomes a problem. And so when you say at what level should we begin to worry, guys, sorry, I don't know. All I would say is that what we should aim for as a country is a currency that adjusts in a stable and predictable way. But for it to do that as a country, we must have a clarity, a consensus about the role of the currency vis-a-vis its ability to enable us to compete domestically in our own markets and also compete for international. But as long as we say the currency must be strong, I'm not sure that we have at this point that capacity. When people tell me Saudi Arabia, I say, come. Saudi Arabia is producing 10 million barrels of crude oil. Everybody, be sure of your gun and stay in your lane. Don't go saying that the Saudis, what the Saudis can do. The Saudis are from their petrochemical exports, they earn more than Nigeria earns in crude oil exports. I was shocked in 2019, I sat with the IFC and we were looking at what could Nigeria do. And that was the abiding image that I took away from that meeting. Everything else we discussed, honestly, didn't bother me. That Saudi Arabia, from the same crude oil that we have, is making more from its processing. Now, the thing is improving. The thing is improving now. Why? Before that came, Nigeria had at best 70,000 barrels of domestic capacity. Forget about those 445 that were government refineries. They worked well, and they haven't worked for a long time. But guess what? Today, Nigeria is at about a nameplate, about 720,000 barrels. 650 from Dangote, 70 from previous. If what I understand is still accurate, EUA comes to the market with potentially another 250,000 barrels per day, either hopefully in 2026. If what is possible materializes, Nigeria is sitting on 445,000 barrels of capacity in government-owned refineries. In my book, they're going to get rid of this. So what does that say to you? That says to you that potentially Nigeria could do about 1.4, 1.5 million barrels of capacity to process and sell refined products as opposed to selling crude. What does that do? The complexity of the Nigerian output changes. The markets in which we sell become different. There are now markets where you have a better control over price and trading arrangements than a commodity. So, forgive me, that's the way I see it.
Closing remark. Okay, both of them.
Sorry, before the president speaks, I'm getting up. Because they say I should come and set the facts. Those who are pro-Trump are on one side. Those who are pro-Trump, let them come and sit down. He's the only pro-Trump.
We have come to bury Caesar, not to
I say what?
We have come
I'm
to...
not Caesar.
No, I have like 30, 40 slides. Where's my... Where's my... Flash. Where's Prof?
I have gone home.
That is disruption. All of you are shocked, Abby. Nothing like that. It's just perception. I don't have any slide anywhere. That is what is good. That's what I'm talking about. First of all, with all sense of responsibility, I want to say a very big thank you to Dr. Bittner. This quality work that Prof has given to us is priceless, and it's not costing us anything. One of the things that has made this club to be very strong is Prof's intervention. This is the free kits he gives to us every year. When Prof was presenting, I'm a lawyer, I was looking at the back. It was the first time all of us, he dropped his phone, everybody dropped their phone, we were listening, because we know that it's value added. So please, let me give you a big round of applause. Second of all, Prof is very unfair. Prof has already taken a position that I'm the bad person. Prof has allowed some bad guys here to influence him. I'm happy Ekishola is seated. A practicing litigation lawyer, there are some unwritten strategies or rules. One of it, a very important one. If you want anyone other than that, you know, I don't like a kiss for a face, but a kid has added value to my practice. He's an Ijebu man, now I'm a lorry man. I will just walk and walk and walk. A kid was one that told me that, man, you have to run this practice as a going business concern. Don't give free advice, don't do whatever. If they are not paying, forget about them. I don't like his place, but thank you for that. Now,
sorry, can I hire him?
Bro, you are disrupting my flow. Because I'll still go to the point I'm going to. And I'm coming to you. You have to tell me why you should not be preached from them, but you have what it takes. Fine boy, you have what it takes or whatever. And you are part of us. I'm saying it to you. Now, what am I saying? What I'm saying is this. As a litigation lawyer, don't ever in your life argue with an expert. Who am I to join issues with all this whatever? It was a lecture that all of you. Me to I found out I was taking no, probably know that this is what I think. If I'm talking to my clients now, multinationals, and I'm analyzing Nigerian economy, global economy, the one is hey you, are you a lawyer or an economist? They won't know that somebody here is punishing me. Because I learn every day. I employ people who are better than me. I actually employ people that are better than me. That is part of the decision. That is why for all of them, despite their harassment, I learn from them. So, Prof, honestly, it's not in my position to say otherwise from what I said. Prof has vindicated my position. And if you listen, I will analyze it. The tariff regime of Trump is inevitable. America, when 2010, when me and Lai were in US, when we were doing masters, as at that time they told us that America was no longer competitive, and we are seeing what is happening now. Please, ladies and gentlemen, cast your mind back before to okay, when Nigeria was subsidizing all our neighbors. The day Tinubu came and no subsidy. I don't watch CNN, I don't watch BBC. I watch some other channels. The worst human being on earth, as far as our neighbors are concerned, is Tinubu. They say all manners of terrible things about him. Why? Because he's protecting us. What we are seeing with America is American first. America is running a deficit economy. I want to be careful what I say about economics. Trump wants to reverse things. Please, don't be in doubt at all that this tariff regime, 2, 3 things. One, a new sheriff in town. If you take over an organization or you are in charge of somewhere new, don't, even when you go back to status quo, start the discussion. Start with something and show that things will change. Everybody will be eager to fall in line with you. You can come back to whatever, but at the first instance, this is not my idea. This is what I learned in Harvard. So this is, and Trump is not idle. Trump is transactional. Trump wants to extract leverage from everybody around the world. Especially what we are seeing is the end of Western world dominance, of US dominance. For that to happen, there must be conflict between intra-Western interests. And we are seeing that between EU and US now. Then between China and US. Trump wanted to get China to come and negotiate. So the whole tariff, whatever. I think this is what Prof said. But Prof, for God's sake, more than 50 countries were lining up to negotiate with Trump. How can anybody tell me that that is wrong? China, whatever it increases, it will come back and say, we are still willing to negotiate. Why? Because America is a consolidation. America has the capacity. America is now saying, rather than me subsidizing the rest of the world, just like Tinubu did, I want to now see what I can produce in my own country. I want to improve my balance sheet. I want to give meaning to the populace in US. If you're in US, you take student loan. You use the whole of your life to service the student loan. The greatest achievement of an average American person is to own a house. You might not do that until you are 65 because you are living on a loan. They live from hand to mouth. If me and you go to America and they see where you spend money, they nearly go crazy because they don't see it, because they are really, really suffering because their country bothers them. They are suffering. So if a president comes and now see this order, we are starving ourselves and we are policing the world, and that is, giving us pain. Why do we have to go on? Trump told NATO, you have to increase the size of your contribution. It has to be relative to your GDP, your contribution to NATO. If you don't do that, sorry. You went to Saudi, you went to Qatar, and said, Iran will attack you and overrun you. For you to do that, what are they doing? It's transactional. I want a president that will put Nigeria first. That is what Trump is doing. And the end of it, many things I've said under seriousness, and I'm talking very seriously, that it is happening. We need a disruption of the current world order. I'm talking about America and the rest of the world before I talk of how the picture for Nigeria. The world is due for a new world order. For that to happen, the Western world, as it is with the separation, has to go down. I've already seen that. Then, inevitably, please take it from me, I don't know when, there will be a war between US and China. We are seeing a trade war now. Very soon, Taiwan will trigger something, just like Russia and US. I think it's a big mistake. The current war of Russia and US now, or Russia and Western world, it has been growing. Russia kept quiet, all the atrocity Western world commits, Russia doesn't say anything because it doesn't affect it. Now it's affecting it. Russia knows that the current status of the world order has to change. The world needs that to happen. After the Russia, US, or Western world war now, that Trump knows that the resources committed cannot sustain it, and is looking for peace. During Biden, it was an idea that we are going to pull Russia down. Western world, they are now forcing and begging for what? Ceasefire and rest of it. Inevitably, China and America will have to go to war for the world to know that we need to sit down and rearrange everything. We have the resources. The Western world fixed the price of our produce. The Western world fixed the price of what they sell to us. Please let me allow historical, I will not take too much time. In the olden days, during slave trade, the Western world took the place of our men to their country, to the plantation, and they exploited their labor. Do you know what is going on now? The same, whatever. It is we, is our able-bodied people that are forcing themselves to go to Western world to go and do the dirty job in our lifetime. All of us, because we are elites, we are just like those who sold our kinsmen to white men to go and do slavery. All of us here, if you make money, you are taking it up, you are taking it to Western world, you are developing the economy, and you are starving us. So, what America is doing now, because you are starving. What Trump is doing now is transactional. If that will work, it's a different thing entirely. But it is delivering results, because India of all nations, India came forth, and India was ready to negotiate. Even Israel was ready to negotiate, and that is what it is. So far, Trump is succeeding in the disruption of the world order. Going back to Nigeria, I heard everything Prof said, and I agreed with it that it imported inflation, our currency, the focus, the main thing Prof said, and this is what I want everybody to live with, is the fact that we are not a producing country. That is what America wants to do. America wants manufacturing to go back to America, and I think they will succeed. That's I don't want to go into conjunction. We cannot do the same thing and expect a different result. For the past 60, 70 years, for the past 60, 70 years, we are producers of primary produce. And you know why? It's not accidental. When the colonialists left, it's not colonialism. It is nothing but banditry. Colonialism was banditry. When they came, they made sure that they give us not to produce food that will feed us, no, to produce cash crop and send to them in primary form. And we are starved in such a way that we depend on them on food. When Prof was talking about that the tariff in Nigeria was increased, why? Because we are not buying food that came from America. That was why the tariff on us was because they want us to perpetually be dependent. Ukraine, look at their population. With war, we are still buying wheat from Ukraine. We're not producing until we are ready to produce. We cannot do the same thing and expect a different result. Let me go historical. When Gandhi was the Prime Minister of India, by the way, as we speak today, India is the third largest economy in the world now. It has overtaken Japan. If I'm wrong, Prof will correct me. Gandhi at that time said, any Indian that cannot wear the cotton that's produced in India should go naked. Where we are now in our country, we have to swallow the bitter pill and start to produce. God has been kind to us. God gave everybody 24 hours. What are we doing with our own? We have arable land. The nature, if you eat mango and throw it where I come from, it will grow on its own. We have everything, but we cannot feed ourselves. The Western world, they have snow. We don't have snow here. We have summer 24 hours, but we cannot feed ourselves. We live large. If you go to our roads, you will see jeeps everywhere. You go to Western world, they rent smokers. We need to have introspection. We need to start producing. If we don't produce, right? India, China took more than 500 million people out of poverty in the last 20 years. 500 million people. And what did they do? They restructured the economy until, as a nation, we resolve to start producing and stop doing the same thing and expecting a different result. It will still be the same thing. The value chain, everything, our population is growing. The resources, we have resources, but we are not optimizing the resources. So it will still go back to the same thing. And what am I saying? In conclusion, one, like Paul said, if we don't produce, we are going to go down. The solution to our problem is, and the starting point is, why won't we feed ourselves? Dangote, for the first time, we are producing something that is added value that we are sending out. That's what we should do. We need a Dangote that will solve our energy crisis. We need a Dangote that will go into mechanized farming. We need a Dangote that will take our road and tax us and fix our road. Nobody will come outside from it until we have what it takes for us to produce. We are not going to get out of the woods. And the more hardship it is, the more it becomes imperative for us to look inwards and develop and start to produce. One. Number two, the world order, where just 6 countries will veto what will affect more than 7 billion people, will never work. The World Bank, the IMF, and whatever, they are agents of depression. They want us to be perpetually indebted, for us not to be able to reach our potential and to be perpetually dependent on them. Lastly, at any stage in human endeavor, a nation is rising, another one is falling. It was Spanish civilization at times, I was time it was Turkish, it was British. Now it's Western world. Inevitably, it's going down. China has risen, and it cannot stop. Harvard The reason why Trump is attacking Harvard is very simple. That's my last word.
Because
Why?
you can't get that, you couldn't get admission and his son.
This is not true. That is the bullshit they are saying about. Because China has perfected the art of stealing American intellectual property, and America stole our resources. So they steal from America too. But why not? So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very
There's only one comment that I would like to make to everybody's senior.
Really? Thank you. They are pro, we shall never fight. I'm a student of pro.
One of the biggest mistakes that emerging market countries, especially African countries, make is a failure to understand global institutions. Let me be very clear. The IMF was never designed as a development agency. You also understand that the IMF's mandate is only one: facilitate global trade. If you're unable to pay for your trade, we, the IMF, will come in and help you structure your economy in such a way that you can pay and can continue. That's all. The IMF was never, if development is your aim, the World Bank is probably a better organization. It is the organization that is entrusted to participate in development. But as far as the IMF is concerned, it's important that we all understand this. The role of the IMF is simply, you are broke. You owe your trading partners. It's okay. We will lend you money. First, use that money to pay the people you owe. Second, we will use that money and change your certain policies to bring you back into good standing, and then you can continue to trade. That's the only role of the IMF. And anybody who fails to understand that all of its activities, whether it is loan, whether it is advisory, whatever they are, is merely, well, not merely, is deliberately set up to enable global trade. That's all. So if you go to the day you go to the IMF, don't be going to the IMF telling them that you want to build food. That's not their business. Their business is to owe, take, pay, then do this, pay us back, and we can go. Once we understand, as you know, some of our friends will say, know this and have peace. It's as simple and as straightforward as that. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the HSK, let's appreciate Rob again. So we're presenting a plaque, as we always do at the club, to appreciate our resource persons. We do that with Prof. To join Mr. President to do these honors, there are two esteemed members of the club, Mr. Dayo Adedayo. Please, let's appreciate him as he comes forward. Also to join them is Prince, there's another Dayo here, Prince Dayo Sule. And finally, Ferguson Uzoma, Abuja-based member of the club. We have to fly in. Let's appreciate Ferguson Uzoma.
While Ferguson and Omoba is coming out, please, if you don't mind, we want to give 2 minutes to the Babs University to just give the word of advice. Just for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
30 seconds gone.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and very pleased to be here today celebrating Dr. Babs Omotowa. I want to share a bit of the work that we do at the NUTM, which is led by the president, who we're celebrating today. Nigerian University of Technology and Management has a mandate to build a world-class institution here in Africa, focused on the world. And we have a vision to become a top 50 university, globally ranked, but also focused on developing STEM leaders who will go on to the young change makers, both on the continent and across the world. There are 3 programs that we offer today across undergraduate programs, postgraduate programs, and executive education. And I do believe that the members of the club at the Bridge Club can be beneficiaries of the programs that we offer. Across the executive education programs that we offer, we serve quite a number of corporates, from blue chip corporates across oil and gas sector to FMCG to financial services and other sectors as well too. And our programs are able to equip both C-level leaders, but also middle-level managers who are looking to transition into the higher echelons of the organizations that they work within. Our programs consist of leadership programs, design thinking, business analytics, and artificial intelligence. We are primarily a STEM-focused university. And the employees within the organizations and quite a number of corporates that I've seen today can benefit from that. And so, at some point in time, maybe after the event, right, you can come speak to me about any executive education programs that you're interested in. But you also have flyers in front of you that have some of those programs on it. The postgraduate programs that we offer, currently we're about starting in September, 3 of those programs on the postgraduate side: MBA, an MSc in software engineering, and MSc in data science. And we have very specific discounts for corporates who want to send specific employees to come and take a part-time program in any of these courses that we offer. So if you're interested in that, I'd be happy to talk to you as well about these discounts that we offer and how you can be beneficiaries of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for calling me out. And I'd like to congratulate Dr. Babs, first of all, on his appointment. And I would like to thank Prof for always hitting the nail. I was having a discussion with Prof earlier, and he said when he left government was when he started making a lot of money. Now I can see he said he was, let me not even call the figures. So we are happy that Prof has started. He said he wasn't going to do what he called us cowboys. People like us who are contractors and government vendors. But I'm glad that I'm here today. I'm always glad to listen to Prof. As a matter of fact, when I go back to Abuja most of the time, and I'm practicing my project management, I like to refer to your slides, when I'm having very tough conversations on Nigerian economy. So we'd like to thank you, as usual, for answering to our call, and we hope that more of this will continue. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I would love to congratulate Dr. Babs as well. And Prof, every time you're around us, I will listen to you attentively because most of the things you talk about they are current issues. Things that every one of us in whichever profession or whichever field we find ourselves and easily relate to it. And thank you. We will always call upon you, and of course, me and you have our thank you everybody for coming, and I'm highly honored to still be part of the Bridge Club, and I look forward to working with Christmas and the great IET, 98 and the rest of it. Thank you.
Well, I think we need to, I think Prof has probably about 4 or 5 blacks now at home. I think we need to find a better way to thank him. Maybe a new wife or something.
enough. I don't even have one.
He's looking for one actually.
You can get one now from the lawyer.
No. I have one for you.
Little thing for you to understand what this means to us. I remember when Prof was just about to start, Eki and I saw the vacant seats and we both he got there before I did. So, from an Egyptian man to another Egyptian man, thank you for making that Egyptian.
Thank you very much. From all we gentlemen, from all we gentlemen.
Well, let me tell you, I'm from one sports fan to another. Thank you again. Who should I give to Arsenal? Okay. Before I do the presentation, just by way of additional information, Ferguson, since he joined, I was the one that discovered him. Since he joined, Ferguson normally travel all the way from Abuja to attend our event. He has almost completed his PhD thesis, and he said to me that some of the data that Prof is intimidating learning people has really assisted him in his work. So, Prof, thank you. And yesterday I was in Tayo in Abuja, and I was wondering if he was going to make it. Before I said, he was using my mind, just he said, hey, no matter what it takes, I might not going to take last flight yesterday, but you can be sure I'm going to be there. I didn't prompt him. This is an eloquent testimony as to our unwavering commitment to something like this. We're all business people, we have created time. And like I said, and honestly, I'm not patronizing, Prof is a value added person to us. It is priceless. For someone that is earning millions of dollars, and you say, what else can we give him? You don't have money to give him now. No, you are joking. Prof is a right now. It's one point. So, Prof, on behalf of the Bridge Club and in recognition of your valuable support at all times to the Bridge Club and Federal Club of Nigeria.
Carry your camera. He wants to be using camera to control me.
Chairman.
Yes, Chairman LOC. Please, another very big round of applause for Chairman and all the LOC.
Okay.
Yes, where's the photographer? Well, if you can say, only me and the TJ.
So we started, it should be.
Okay, it's not first now.
Let's do it. Of the highest order. So we remove that.
He will pay more tax than anybody else. Talk to him very well. Talk to him very well.
Please let all of us come to the front to take good photograph. Babs, Doctor, gently, let's take photograph and wrap it up. As we are arranging that, Lukman will give a bit of thanks.
Where's
I told you to sit down, you are still down to me. Stand up. Sorry. No, George.
I want to stand behind you so I can put my hand.
Just to prove it. All the lay hands on it. TJ. You have been someone to stand
If you are after Agada, so I don't even know what to talk about. Where's Agada?
He's standing behind you now.
Agada, who's the fight?
I'm watching your back.
Wait. My relationship with Agada is cast in stone like it's not like America. But now, you can't trust that Trump again. Everybody say Koshi, don't say Jesus.
Justice Madison's.
Okay. So, as we are taking out your vote of thanks.
Very short.
Hello.
Please send it.
Thank you so much.
Send it by WhatsApp.
From thank you so much. Dr. Bach, congratulations again. And also to all your guests for making our time to join us. And a special thanks to all the donors and contributors making this event a very resounding success. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you again very soon. The next event that we're going to have is going to be in December. And like we look forward to having a bigger event like this. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Take care. Bye.